Dispatch missive. Even the smallest speck of dust can tip the scales of the future. Mere hours after Basti's return, the airborne beacon she and the bugs acquired had already been put into service by the Elmo and the doll community. Of all those involved, Dandelion was the most appreciative of this change, as facilitating an untraceable connection between the Elmo and the outside world took up a rather substantial portion of her processing power. Now, she finally gets to lie back and relax while we still have the means to contact others as freely as we desire. More importantly, as the beacon now patrols the sky, areas once marked as dead zones on the map begin lighting up with stable signals, granting our doll squads greatly expanded operational range. As both our sight and reach grow, that intangible sense of being in control has slowly but surely returned to me. Now, the one who made all this possible, Basti, the Griffin doll formerly known as GR-MK23, is currently sitting on my lap with a smug expression. Not daring to make light of her great achievements, I promptly shower her with praise until my throat grows parched. Despite how displeased Macchiato and Helen are with her acting all touchy-feely around me, mailing the doll community's appreciation of her contributions made it so they have no choice but to tacitly allow her to have her way. How do you like your gift, darling? Like would be an understatement. It solved the signal interference problem and increased our comms range by over 70%. It's a huge boon for any future operations in the Yellow Zone. This beacon network is a huge step forward for planning our coming ventures. Atta girl, Basti. For darling, I'll do anything. Our other collaboration with Connexion Corporation is also proceeding smoothly. Miss Lydia just tasked us with a particular lucrative commission, acting as production detail for the construction of beacon stations deep within the Yellow Zones. I assume that's also thanks to you, huh? That woman, I told her to keep her grabby paws off my darling. Whatever. I'm not the sort to be so petty about these little steps over the line anyway. Go ahead and continue doing business with her. Just be careful, darling. She may look meek, but she's hella sly. I'm not the sort to be so petty about these little steps. I mean, yeah, you are. Port Mika's situation is still rocky. I might need you back there as soon as possible to act as our local liaison until Miss Lydia fully resolves the situation. Gotcha. Acting on your behalf sounds like the kind of thing reserved for the First Lady. That makes you super motivated. Wait a minute. Isn't Faylene still in Port Mika? Zoe said Faylene left with Duchevny and the others. Huh? With KSVK? Yeah, they took on a delivery request on a trading site. Apparently, it's what Duchevny and Fetus originally set out to do when they left the doll community, to bring back a bunch of doll frames. They just got really sidetracked. I was wondering why you'd send those two shopping, so that's why. I should check out with Zoe later. Just as Basti falls into thought, Sakura walks in after finishing moving her luggage onto the Elmo. Sakura's face brightens up right as she spots me. She cheerfully runs over, only to be interrupted by Basti, glaring at her with like a fluffed-up cat. Too close, too close. You're not allowed near, darling. That's not fair. Commander, Basti's being mean. Quit messing around, Basti. Hello, Sakura. Have things finally been settled? Yep. Can't believe I'm officially a member of the Elmo now. There was so much work, I barely had time to stay by your side, Commander. Even so, I'm not giving darling to you. The best I can do is let you sit there, and that's me being generous. That's not fair. I also work for the Commander. I want to be praised too. Is it because all I do is deliveries that I don't deserve to be praised? You've worked hard, forging your own path and earning the recognition of those you've helped. That's more than worthy of praise. The Elmo will always have your back, just like how you have ours. Welcome back, Sakura. Commander! Stop! Don't you get any closer. After some tomfoolery, I pat Sakura's head and give Basti some snacks, finally calming them both down. Right, Sakura, if you're going to pass by Port Mika at some point, take Basti along with you. Well, it's nice to have someone else on the road for some chit-chat. Why is Basti going back to Port Mika again? I thought you'd go find GR41 and I forgot what Faylene's called now. Yeah, she's called Faylene. That's right. We've been partners for so many years now. Being apart for a few days is no biggie. Actually, do you even know where Faylene and the others went to? Didn't they head to Cliffwatch Town? If they followed the right path, they should have arrived by now. Cliffwatch Town? What kind of place is that? Let me explain, Commander. Clearly excited by the chance to show off, Sakura sits next to me and carefully pulls out her delivery tablet, smiling as she prepares to explain. Basti sneers at her audacity, but still leans anyway as Sakura taps the screen and zooms into a treacherous mountain chain detailed on the map. It's a settlement located on top of Yellow Mountain Road. They often hold up markets. While it's a small fish in a pond like Port Miko or Makash, it's quite famous among locals and merchants. Alarm bells ring without end when I think of trading at such a remote location. Oh well, even with our improved signal range, it'll be hard to respond in time if anything goes awry. Faylene will be A-okay, darling. She survived the Yellow Zones for many years all by herself and overcome plenty of challenges. It's not the best way to put it, but she does have some sort of dull intuition that helps her sniff out unseen dangers and notice suspicious details. That applies to lies as well. So even when she can't figure out why and what's exactly wrong, she can still somehow navigate around deception. If you're still worried, I can check in with her regularly. After all, we've waited for your return for so long, darling. That sounds great. Sakura, mind filling me in on Cliffwatch Town and its surrounding areas of interest? I've never been there myself, given how remote it is. But according to an old company manual, it was a mountain village long abandoned after forced relocation. Rebuilt in recent years by vagrant settlers. The roads leading there aren't the smoothest. You're likely to encounter collapse storms and roaming bandits. And on top of that, there seems to be an ongoing power struggle? A tale as old as time, I'm afraid. But that does beg the question, what's causing it, and how severe is it? Well, it hasn't boiled over yet, but it's something you'd best keep your wits about you for. I've not all the details surrounding the conflict, but the two sides involved seem to be an underground broker and a cavalry squadron? They're fighting over control of the surrounding road network, probably for the right to collect tolls. Collect tolls? Sounds like both sides are real pieces of work. I've got an itch saying KSVK and the other totes going to end up fighting for their lives again. Sakura strains a crease across her face, a part of her not wanting to agree with Basti's statement. Well, for humans traveling to the wasteland without the means to protect themselves, it's a no-brainer to spend money on some hired guns. That's pretty much bread and butter for PMCs and why they're skyrocketing demand after all. Oh, about that cavalry squadron, there are rumors going around that their leader is apparently a doll. While opinions of her vary, there's one thing about her that everyone agrees on. That being... Fade into the next video. Wilderness Purge. The wheels turn and turn, grinding the disrespectful specks of dust underfoot. The Yellow Zone Outback. The truck driven by Deshevniev struggles forward along a rocky mountain road, bumps and all. Wild gales outside kick up rough sand, dust, and dirt, grinding against the windows in a cacophony of percussion with neither rhythm nor melody. Steep cliffs flank either side of the road. Withered vegetation shudders in the wind, a dense macabre proclaiming afore this crevice, abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Marvelous, how truly marvelous. Fetusas presses herself against the window, excitedly jotting down notes in her journal. 5:15 p.m. We drove onto a winding mountain road on the Yellow Zone. While the rock formations are heavily eroded by collapse radiation, one can still make out traces of humane activity dating back over a century, when the passage was originally carved out. With no heavy machinery at their disposal, they relied on primitive tools and carried debris by hand. The result is this very passageway that can even accommodate vehicles to this day. A true marvel of human ingenuity. Readjust this real quick. What kind of psycho writes and keeps a physical diary in this day and age? I'm trying to leave some records for some helpless dimwit in the future to happen upon in some decrepit building or something. Moreover, what tactical advantage does noting any of this down give? Dear Nixie, Please think upon it. Even after all this time, you can feel the determination of those who built this place emanating from all their traces. A true testament to the tenacity of human will. Don't you think so too? Right, Faline? I never thought about it that way before. But when you put it that way, it makes total sense. Are you freaking kidding me? Seeing Faline's ears perk up, Sweeper is overcome with despair. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Two human-worshipping idiots. Y'all should know that out of all those wrinkled old flesh bags, the only one we're talking note of so far is that damn commander. Oi, Dushevnia, how much longer are we driving? I want off this ride. Dushevnia looks back from her driver's seat. O great war master, mine ears heed thine aggravation. But prithee these forsaken, jagged lands allow me not to be beside myself. How far till we reach the end? By the strings wound by the three goddesses of fate, this hero shall grasp a worthy end for this quest with tea. Steady thine heart, Wardmaster. In no time shall our crusade see its end. Oh my god. I've had enough of this. We're here on a mission or a sightseeing trip. Sweeper snatches the navigation device and gives it a once-over. There's still about 20 kilometers left. But looking at the state of the road, I'd say it'll take us a few more hours. That's longer than we estimated. Considering the terrain and collapse storms, it's better to be safe than sorry. Want me to take over the wheels for a bit, Dushevnia? I'd rather we not. Faline should learn where the brakes are before touching the wheel. Jeez, I was against the weird-ass commission law from the get-go. Why would they want some ancient fossil from the Mesozoic era like Fetusa? My, how rude. Nixie, you're a fossil yourself. Well, maybe that's exactly why they want it. Basti once said rich people like collecting old stuff and out of whatchamacallit? Nostalgia? Ah, yes, nostalgia. You really know humans, eh? If this server contains valuable data from the old world, then it could be genuinely priceless. Humans have a habit of attaching emotions to seemingly worthless vessels. The point of a tool is to be efficient and practical. Things like these are... huh? As Sweeper places her hand over the server, she suddenly falls silent. Her attention lingers upon its frame. Fetusa senses a strange emotion rising from within within their shared body, a sense of familiarity. Faline, noticing the sudden change in atmosphere, softens her tone. I mean, as long as we complete the transaction to get the doll frames we came for, that counts as helping Master out, right? And again, at least this kind of carbon won't attract unwanted attention, like last time. Shut up. Did you say something? I said shut up and don't jinx it. Wait, that turn looks... Dushevnia, brake! Got it. The truck spins into a sideways drift as Dushevnia yanks on the handbrake. With the tires screeching, showing no signs of stopping, she opens the door and slams her reinforced mechanical foot onto the ground to assist the braking process amid a shower of sparks. It still trips me out, even the last time I read this. Imagine them riding a motorcycle and truly using their foot as the brake like you're on a skateboard, going 50 plus miles an hour. Doll frames looking like humans are just getting the ground. Sweeper and Faline quickly disembark, weapons already drawn. A sizable firelight is underway ahead. One side moves about with maneuver units, while the other maintains a defensive formation using their distinct yellow zone cargo trucks as cover. Firejiggers? Then the one being attacked is an underground broker? Ignore them. Ain't our circus, sure as hell ain't our monkeys. Nixie, innocent souls are in harm's way. We can't just stand on the sidelines. What would the commander say? Oh my god, give me a break. You've been picking up hitchhikers, fending off elids, and handing out our spoils to vagrants along the way. Remember? Ulrich said that we'll become tomato fertilizer if we don't get back soon. I think she meant having us looking for fertilizer. I think she meant having us looking for fertilizer, not becoming it. Your body wouldn't make for ideal compost anyways. Either way, it's too late for your complaints, Nixie. Deshevnia's already charged out, yelling something along the lines of, "For the War Master! For the doll community!" Her eyes. Ah! Unless he screams after her. Under the doll's unrelenting attacks, the Varjagers quickly retreat with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, the other party watches in confusion. They see Sweeper, who just struck their foes with the fury of a berserker, now grabbing Deshevnia by the neck and shaking her hard, and the face-palming Faline at her side. Before long, a young man appears to be their leader, comes forward and greets the three dolls. While it would be unwise to label any action as out of kindness in the Yellow Zone, I can't come up with any other logical conclusion as to why you would want to come to our aid. If I may ask, to whom do you pledge service? Ah, spare thine platitudes. The hero is a friend to all. By the commander's guiding hand, we work to shape a world of peace. I see. That makes perfect sense. Miss Hero here must be the kind who can't stand by and ignore those in need, and thus stepped in to help. He's somehow on the same wavelength as Deshevnia? Great. More cryptic babble that makes no zero sense. Right you are, my compatriot. Alright, conventional wisdom would dictate that I should return the favor, though I'm afraid your interference might have been unnecessary to begin with. Even without the insistence from Miss Hero's party, we could have easily handled those foes. Huh? You damn rascal, can't you just say thank you like a normal person? What's that acting tough for? Trying to talk out of for paying us? Settle down, War Master. We weren't planning to ask for a reward to begin with. I'm simply stating the facts. Just as the young man finishes, the dolls spot a development in the situation and turn around. Unbeknownst to them, countless combat automatons have encircled the hilltop beside them and behind them in a pincer movement. The red glares of their targeting modules flicker brightly even under the blinding sunlight. Backup? Aren't they ours? When did they get here? Did you mobilize them during their engagement with the Varjagers? An interesting fella, ain't you? Planning to settle this with force, I told you, I'm simply stating the facts, which means your helping us is also a fact. We would have proven victorious without your aid. The only difference would be casualties, since mobilizing the automatons took longer than I expected. In other words, there's a 90% chance we would have lost 3 men without your help. 5. I've run the numbers. Your men don't appear well trained. The probability of erroneous execution of defensive tactics is thus over 100%. The most likely outcome is 5 KI killed in action and 3 wounded in action. You're pretty sharp, huh? Name's Pavel, a merchant from Cliffwatch Town. I dabble in PMC jobs on the side as well. This is for saving 8 men today. Please accept it. Pavel gestures for one of his men to leave a bag of collapsed pieces by Sweeper's feet. The doll flicks up the bag with the tip of her toe and catches it, weighing it in her hand. We're even now. Let's move. Hold on. You haven't answered my questions yet. 3 technical dolls, one being a Sanguis Fairy model. That's not something you see every day in the Yellow Zone. You know Sanguis Fairy? I take it you've got a story of your own, huh? Of course. As long as you answer my questions, I'll answer yours too. Unless your identities are some sort of top secret. Nixie, remember that the commander's a wanted fugitive right now. You can't just give him away here. Tomato. What? Tomato King! Quiet! We are servants, no warriors of the Tomato King. How dare you look at me like that? Want to get your head chopped off? I am incredibly embarrassed right now about being called Tomato. Got a problem? Pavel and his men are startled by Sweeper's sudden outburst of rage. Only Faline and Deshevnia's quick reactions prevents it from escalating into further physical altercation. Hey, I didn't force you to tell us... wait, hold on. Tomato King? Or Tomato Emperor? Isn't he that one badass who kicked out the former head honcho of Makosh? You all serve under him? That's right, a super badass. You get it now? Don't underestimate him just because of the tomato in his title. And more importantly, don't underestimate us. Calm down, Nixie. They're not looking down on us. Please. That pain point of yours needs to go. I see how it is. So, what brings me to the lot here? Finding the next town to overthrow? Cliffwatch definitely got potential. I'd be happy to sit down with the Tomato Emperor himself and discuss a mutually beneficial partnership. Nay, such treachery shan't come to pass. The hero is entrusted with a mission. It's all to assist our commander and to hone our skills. We're actually here on a delivery task from Port Mika. Port Mika, and the recipient is? Whatever, what's asking around anyway? We're looking for one Mr. Smolin. Do you know him? Well, of course I know him. He's me. Whoa, that means you have a large stock of doll frames at your disposal, right? I do. So you're a client/commissioner? Could you please provide us with some sort of proof? Let me see. This'll do, right? Pavel takes out his terminal and sends Feline a confirmation message. It's actually him! What a coincidence. That'll make a great conversation piece later. Let's move on. We'll talk on the way. Different choices determine the return of the unknown. No, you can't just kick us out of our home. We didn't do anything wrong. Mom, Dad! What are you doing? Let go of my mom and dad! Behave, kid. Your parents have been ruled as anti-URNC dissidents, charged with corruption and negligence of duty. Any illicit proceeds, including all properties and wealth, are now forfeit to the governing authority. Considering their lack of involvement in full-scale armed rebellion, they should be out of the slammer after a decade of good behavior. Kid, just accept that your father will take the fall, just as a real man should. Mom and Dad would never betray the URNC. We never stole anything. Dad's an amazing scientist. Even that General Carter praised him. This can't be right. You must have got something wrong. That's not for us to decide, kid. It's up to the military tribunal. But the allegations that your parents falsified multiple projects and embezzled a large sum of R&D funds have all been backed by physical evidence and testimonies. Pavel, you take care. Live well with... Back to the present. Do you know about Griffin dolls? Of course. Just as Ashevni is about to answer, Sweeper suddenly covers her mouth. You know I'm from Sanger's Ferry, which means you know Griffin is our nemesis. Don't bring that name up in front of me again. Pardon me. Alright, we're almost there. This is where I usually trade with people. With Deshevnia driving the truck, Feline and Sweeper remain on the roof to keep watch of the merchant convoy as they head into the mountains. A small but well-stocked rest stop appears ahead. 2 large cargo containers are already waiting. Deshevnia nervously opens the container doors. She's utterly baffled by the rows of neatly arranged doll frames as she checks their condition. Some might be a bit dated, but it's all military grade. Most are brand new parts. I can personally guarantee their performance. Right, let me handle the inspection. This'll take some time. This is where Miss Maylene comes into play. Following Feline unloading the server from their truck, Pavel also sends 2 technicians of his own for inspection. Despite taking several hours, the transaction is a success, and Deshevnia and Pavel wrap it all up with a handshake. No issues on our side. Please send my regards to the Tomato Emperor. Consider it done. I have no doubt the commander will be delighted. Mission complete. Can we go back and see Master now? I'm so nervous. Right. Actually, I've got one more thing to trade with you. Take a look. Pavel casually opens a heavily secured crate, inside of which lies an obviously custom-made doll frame. Sweeper's eyes suddenly widen. Nixie, this is... A Sanguis Elite doll frame. You've really got an eye for this, eh? I picked it up while procuring mobile automatons. I've only seen it once myself. How much is it? You can't put a number on it. It's a discontinued product after all, at least in today's world. However, I do wish to befriend that famous fellow you lot call your commander. And, since you just saved my ass, consider this a special offer, as a gesture of our friendship. I can't make any promises. No need to. We humans have this thing called diplomatic gifts. Besides, I do have another favor to ask. More precisely, I need Miss Sanguis Fairy here to help me with something. What is it? This server you just delivered is actually the control module of a military production line, and I have the corresponding encryption key. But even as I have access, I still need a Sanguis doll's processor to decrypt part of its encoding in lieu of the compilation tools that I don't have. That'll easily reduce my workload more than 20-fold. Never thought I'd be this lucky to both meet a Sanguis doll and get the server module at the same time. And why should I do that for you, human? I don't know if you'd like to, but I do know for a fact that the Sanguis frames are a dime a dozen. Finding an elite frame on the market is like fishing for a needle in a haystack nowadays. I doubt there are more than a dozen of these left in the entire world. I'm sure you of all people should know how important backup frames are, don't you? You're the only active elite Sanguis doll I've seen in years, and you've just happened to arrive along with what I was looking for. Don't you think fate has a hand in this? Not at all. However, what's inside this thing does intrigue me. Fine, I agree. Whoa, War Master, you're not coming back with us? Y'all heard me. I've got my own business to deal with. Besides, I was never really part of your group. I'm the last of Sanguis Fairy. I'm only following the commander because he's impressive, unlike you lot. You're not the last. We fought alongside our other coalition forces before. The other Sanguis... but I don't know where they are now. Probably hiding somewhere. I already know that. Anyways, I've made up my mind. Then I shall stay with thee. You idiot. At the end of the day, we're still... comrades. You're our War Master. Whatever floats your boat. Remember, if you miss the planned return this time, Ulrid might just twist your head off, your neck, and plant it separately. If you're gonna stay, Cliffwatch Town, on top of that nearby mountain, can provide decent lodging. Might be more expensive than elsewhere, but it's got charging stations and workshops. Pretty convenient for dolls. Oh, a new town? My instincts are tingling. Come on, let's uncover its secret together. We'll head back together once War Master wraps up her new adventure. To the town guild we go, Fox Maiden. After that, we'll come back and keep the War Master company. Guess that's the plan then. Hope I can find some gifts for Master and Basti. That'd be nice. But Nixie, are you sure Fetusa won't get bored? She says she's okay with us. I've marked an easy route for you. You can get moving now. Okay, thanks a lot. Last one. The rhythm of gunfire echoes the chords of bygone days. Leo, I understand how you feel right now, but no matter how much you persist, Salesman's departure and Griffin's disbandment are not things you can change. Even with these enormous sums you're investing, this Griffin you'll end up keeping afloat will no longer be the Griffin that you remember. But what if the commander changes his mind? He needs a place to come home to. At least let me do my part. Please. Let me cover all of Griffin's operation costs for the next 30 years, as well as everyone's pay. You are so frickin' rich. Protecting Griffin, that has always been the duty the commander gave me. I want to see it through to the very end. I don't think he's ever coming back. If you really intend to respect his orders, then what you should do is decide for yourself freely, because as far as I know, that was his real final wish. That was proven, actually, when he was in the doctor and destroyed his own memories. If you still insist on staying at Griffin, I can prepare a position for you. But please, stop bringing up financial support from now on. I'm sorry, but the Griffin you're familiar with no longer exists. It's over? Our Griffin? The commanders? In my home? Liushi! Liushi! Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey! Something's come up. You'll need to make the call. Huh? Sisui? Morning. Did the inspection go smoothly? Yeah. My body on NeuroCloud. Everything's fine. Good. Good to hear. Because we probably got some overtime on our hands today. That truck from last night left Pavel's turf and is currently headed towards Clayfosh Town. It looks to be loaded to the brim, seeing as how low the suspensions are sitting. The driver's a total rookie as well. They stalled the engine several times along the way. The only driver choices Deshevnia and Baleen. They're pretty failed drivers. Have we ID'd the owner? Maybe it's just a passing merchant. I say there's more to them meets the eye. Orlog's got a load of trucks of that same model. It's very likely that they're here to support that bastard Pavel. Our men have also spotted signs of fighting earlier. It's highly likely that the truck's owner is in cahoots with Pavel. I see. Let's just keep a close eye on them for now, then. Maybe Pavel just wants to do business properly for once? Even though we had a disagreement before, wishing for Clayfosh Town to prosper is a mutual goal. Girl, you're just too nice. Did you forget that guy has done before? There's definitely something suspicious about this. One more thing. Elites are recently sighted on the route that the truck is taking. It's unlikely that they'll be able to escape if they run into a horde of those. Which means... get everyone ready. No matter what they're here for, I can't let them be devoured by elites right on their watch. You... I know you'd say that. Everyone's already waiting. You should hurry and get gear up as well. Thanks, Sisui. You're just too kind for this kind of world. Despite having taken off an off-road crash course, the treacherous mountain road still proved to be quite the steep challenge for Valine. She desperately tries to keep the truck under control with 110% of her focus dedicated to guiding the steering wheel. Deshevnia sits behind with her material rifle in hand, casually resting her feet on the seatback. Not having Deshevnia drive was definitely a blunder. The brakes on this thing are so hard to depress. I feel like the truck's barely holding together as well. I wonder if we can patch it up for heavier loads at Clayfosh Town. We only set out half an hour ago and you're already wrecking our Hellrider? No way. I might have it all roll over, but I won't get it wrecked. Just asking, do we have the money to spare? We might need some repairs. The Fortune Supreme Leader has trusted us with doll frame procurement and is in the holding chamber under the passenger seat. Helen said we are to spend them as we deem appropriate, provided they are wise expenditures. You mean storage compartment, right? Oh, found it. Wow, that's quite the... With her tail up, Valine leans forward to search, but suddenly spots a shadow crawling down from the cliff above. Elid? What? A sharp turn followed by a hard brake allows Valine to evade the Elid. But the abrupt maneuver causes her to lose control of the truck as it starts racing down the cliff. Crap! Master's doll frames, no! Valine panics, frantically stepping on the gas and yanking the wheel the same way she does in her games, somehow managing to bring the truck back onto the route. However, her rough handling is not without consequences. Blam! The truck jolts violently, and its speed suddenly drops. The engine's blown. We can't accelerate anymore. We can't shake them off like this. Now's the hero's time to shine. Deshevnia grabs her rifle, leans halfway out the window, and fires a precise shot aimed at one of the approaching creatures, piercing right through its skull. Stay away from her Hellraider. Just as she trains her rifle onto another target, a group of quadrupedal creatures comes down the winding road above them, catches her attention. Another pack of Elids is what she thought at first, but upon closer inspection, she realizes a group of jockeys and their mounts? Those mounts are an amalgamation of savagery and discipline. galloping freely atop steep cliffs, the savagery being the machine guns. Blending both might and speed, their form stirs up a memory deep within Deshevnia. Those are horses? No. They bear resemblance to horses, but they're completely mechanical. They're the war months of the apocalypse. And the ones riding them must be the horsemen of the apocalypse. I follow the logic. Still... This group does not ride on ordinary wheeled vehicles, but rather mechanical walkers shaped like horses, allowing them to navigate the difficult terrain and overcome obstacles with ease. Something else showed up? I'll help you. No, they're not enemies. Before Deshevnia can finish, continuous gunshots ring out. The horsemen fire down from the back of their war mounts, making short work of pursuing elids that were inches from reaching the truck. And taking the chance, Phaline stops the truck and uses it as a firing position. With Deshevnia, they finish off the straggling elids and those who try to get back up. Amid the swirling dust, the fully loaded cavalry ride approaches them along with the mountain path. A specialized walker for mountain combat that also serves as a vehicle? I remember Sanka's Ferry having something similar. They are pretty tough to deal with. Through the thick smoke, the two dolls vaguely spot the leader of the ride waving a flag signaling peace. They do not lower their weapons, but also make it clear that they will not shoot first. Riding at the front of the lead horse is a doll wearing a military cape. Beside her is another graceful doll holding an assault rifle. She is observing Deshevnia with cautious vigilance. Hey, the vehicle over there. We are the Winged Cavaliers in charge of Cliffwatch's town security. Beyond this point is territory in our jurisdiction. We'll now conduct an inspection as authorized by the town mayor. You'll be free to go once we confirm you pose no threat. However, given our deployment to ensure your safety, a fee shall apply. Relax, Isui. It's okay. Look at their vehicle. They must have run into those elids on their way and barely made it out. Let's make sure they've not got casualties first. Feast your eyes upon these fierce war mounts and horsemen. Even the brigands are so civilized, content with just charging a toll rather than pillaging all your possessions. This is truly a battleground of another realm. A great responsibility rests upon us, compatriots. Should the foe strike it not first, let not the prospects of peace be shattered. Phaline, who had been staring down their sights, suddenly freezes. Those two in those guns? They look familiar. No way. I'm not seeing things, am I? Phaline rubs at her ocular receptacles intently. Two approaching figures became increasingly clear in Phaline's visual module. Even the IDs match. Aren't those two? General Liu and Type 56-1? The two dolls on mechanical horses slowly ride towards the smoking truck. The lead doll follows protocol and makes a polite inquiry first. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to Cliffwatch Town. Does anyone need medical assistance? I'm Liushi, the leader of the Winged Cavaliers. Our duty is to protect and rescue all who travel to and from the town. Please rest assured, we harbor no ill intent. We only want to ensure your safety. Please state your identity and the purpose of your... Huh? Before she can finish, Liushi notices the animal ears at a familiar smile peeking from behind the truck. Those ears. GR41? G41? Is that you, GRG41? Whoa, it's really Commander General Liu in Type 56-1. Long time no see. Phaline leans over and waves excitedly. I go by Phaline now. Oh, right. Despite our body being little different, the one over here is KSVK. She's called Deshevnia now. Good heavens. Running into old comrades here all over of all places. Looks like everyone's got new names after all these years, huh? Let us introduce ourselves again, then. Her name's Liushi, and mine's Isui. Ah, great greetings. A fateful reunion between the hero's old comrades. The recollections of you two still elude me for now. I shall spare no effort to evoke them once more. Prithee allow me to refer to you as General and the Khan for the time being. The Khan? You sure that's really KSUK? Could it just be a random doll that looks like her? Has wondered that at first, but once you get used to it, you can tell she's real or KSVK. I don't see a problem. A decade is a long time. Enough time for people to change. The same ought to apply to dolls. I just never expected to reunite with you two here. What made you come all the way out here, to a place as remote as Cliffwatch Town? Right. If Griffin dolls are here, does that mean... Lishi dismounts and peeks into the passenger seat with eager anticipation. The commander, he's not with you? Without that familiar figure coming into sight, a trace of disappointment flashes by Lishi's eyes. Master, the commander's still in the Elmo. But the agreement has been terminated. We're going back to the Elmo right after this mission. Really? That means the commander can have dolls by his side again? Right? I'm so glad. While they chat with Faline, Deshevnia curls up in the back seat, dejection written all over her countenance. Oh, hero, even with these magnificent riders at mine side, how could I possibly not recall subjugation of the dragons and defeating the demon lord with them? How grave. I must remember. I remembered back then with Basti. Deshevnia, what's wrong? Are you hungry? You don't look too well. Yeah, the hero never stills their feet for a momentary separation. I'm grateful for your concern, Liushi. Deshevnia, that's Zisui. Ah, pardon my slip of the tongue. I'm just a little unsettled, as my memory has been wiped clean. So be it the Fox Maiden, the Khan, or the General, none of my recollections tie back to you. What? Who's the asshole who did that? Well, we haven't had the time to talk about what happened throughout the years. I know it must have been hard for you, everyone. Being able to meet again is already a blessing. It's just a shame you won't be able to share your memories with us, Deshevnia. Maybe I can offer some help? No need to worry about the cost or repairs. I'll do everything I can. It's okay. Helen, that's DP12, new moniker, is already helping me piece them to get back together. One day, I'll reclaim every recollection of the time I shared with all of you. But until it's fully restored, I just can't recall your existence in my head. I apologize. No need to apologize, Deshevnia. Zisui and I both know you've always been a steadfast comrade. That's right. No matter what, you're still our KSCK. General, Khan. On a path strewn with thorns, the hero gains more comrades from the past. For the commander and everyone's joy, let us gallop on. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, stop running around. We're not fully secured this area yet. Suddenly, a deep rumbling comes from behind the vehicle. The dolls turn around in unison. Boom. A loud explosion erupts on the distant hillside. Dust and smoke surge in like a tidal wave. Amidst a sea of yellow, twisted black shadows gradually take form. Hostile units, 12 o'clock, 5 and counting. I knew it. So many of them are crawling around lately. It's as if something or someone is driving them here. Lisui, give the order. Lucia quickly exchanges glances with Zisui. Everyone, mount up. Wing Cavaliers, defensive formation, protect the vehicle and cargo. Roger. Zisui, take a swath to the flank. Watch out for either climbing up from the below. Understood. Lisui masterfully commands the Cavaliers with a composure and fluency wholly uncharacteristic of her past timidness. It's as if she's a completely different doll now compared to her old Griffin self. Is it just me, or has Lisui changed a lot during the past 10 years? Are these Cavaliers all followers of yours, Lisui? You've also changed, Faline. Can't wait to grab a drink together and shoot the breeze with you. But now I have to ask, Faline, Deshevnia, are you still in shape to fight? Even faced with horrifying beasts, the hero never falters. Good, then. Click. Liushi chambers her rifle. Let's wrap this up. About water. Pegasus, the Neo-Soviet Union's horse-inspired tactical mountain walker derived from Fangos Ferry's tech. It doesn't boast much firepower, but is extremely effective as a weapon and reconnaissance vehicle in this sort of terrain. So if I understand this correctly, that Griffin T-Doll that Liu Shi used the Pegasus to steal all your business as a PMC, which is why you want to get back at her. It's nothing personal. We've even worked together in the early days of Cliffwatch Town. I respect your character and capabilities. Even without demands for a higher gun, the town's economy is good enough for me to make a living out of trading. Providing security services for other regions is also on the table when push comes to shove. The real problem is that I disagree with her about the Pegasi are being used. I once offered to purchase them, but given her deep pockets, that's basically a bid I could never win. I see now. You bought this control module that used to belong to Senga's Ferry because you wanted to take them all over by force. Can you crack it? Sleeper sits cross-legged on the ground, her sheathed blade resting across her knees. A data cable connects her head to the old module in front of her. Data streams flash before her eyes, packed with information only the Senga's OGAS system can decode, revealing an unexpected secret. Hey, Vetusta, come take a look. Jackpot. Nixie, what is this? Just like he said, it's the control module production line. But this one's special. The final product is installed with some sort of rudimentary neural cloud. It's probably there to assist with decision making, but the data inside hasn't been erased. It's gotta be a full Sangus-related data. I might find what I'm looking for once I crack it open. Sweeper glances at Pavel and nods. I can crack it, but while I'm working, I can't guarantee what will happen to anyone who distrusts me. Get it? So scurry off, you lot. Also, I need a large external power supply. This little puppy will require a lot of energy to break open. As the gun smoke clears, the last eyelid stops twitching under the steel steed's hooves. Despite the sudden encounter, under Lishi's command, the battle concludes as if it had been nothing but a rudimentary exercise. Alright, job's done. Everyone okay? No one injured? After making sure her comrades are safe, C-Suite tidily stows her weapon. Nice teamwork. Looks like nobody's marksmanship got rusty during these 10 years. I was gonna say manufacturing, but marksmanship. I think they both can be interchanged, actually. Marksmanship is your gun skills, manufacturing is just your doll itself being not old. Especially Deshevnia. I don't remember you being that much of a nimble gremlin. It's night and day compared to your combat style back at Griffin. Yours also changed a lot. Zisui is Zisui? Is that how the Winged Cavaliers fight now? I've seen my fair share of combat in the other zones over the years. Thanks to this little companion, I'm no longer the General Liu who got the commander worried all the time. Liu Shi passed the steed's head. The steed lets out a gentle low neigh. Its red eyes slowly shift into a calm blue hue. I've wanted to ask this since earlier. This equipment, your horses, they're not in my databases. They look like they're more than just vehicles and also have weapon modules to make them useful in combat. Did you design them yourselves? The way they moved also shows signs of a neural cloud that's at least on par with basic dolls. That one specifically even showed emotional responses. You've got a keen eye, Faline. Yes, I call this one Dilu. She's a member of the Winged Cavaliers just like us. Like the other steeds, she's also a combat walker specifically designed for operation in this sort of terrain. And yes, I have a rudimentary neurocloud to assist in various tasks. While she may look a little crass, she's a reliable partner. Steel war mounts with the wings of iron, galloping across the wasteland, a steady steed befitting of the hero. Deshevnia marvels over the majestic steel steed with great green in her eyes, then glances back at the broken-down truck that she had been driving. Shame. The Hell Raider can head no further to deliver the treasures to their destined location. To the treasury. Treasures? So you're here to trade with Cliffwatch Town? No wonder you came in a truck. Master Deshevnia's group needed doll frames, so we came here to trade. That's someone named Pavel? Frames? Pavel? So that's why. Wait, you came all the way here just for that? The commander must be having a really tough time. Come to think of it, Pavel does have connections with the military, so of course he has access to this many exotic goods. Who knows just how many hoops he had to jump through to get them. You know him? We do, but we're not exactly on good terms, so to speak. He's ambitious. A little too ambitious. He wants control over the entire Cliffwatch town. He kept trying to get his hands on Dilu, Ah Huang, and the other horses, but it's not like we ever planned to sell them to him. Cece pats her steel steed as she speaks. Not to mention, he also holds a grudge against us. A grudge against us Wing Cavaliers for taking over the security detail for the town. He kept throwing money at the status quo to an attempt to shake things up. But at least she consistently shut him out with her own fortune. God knows why he's so obsessed with this place. So far, he's tried almost every method except one open conflict. So he's a bad guy? That settles it. We shall now launch a great crusade to liberate the War Master and the Strategist. Hey, he's not necessarily a bad guy. Mr. Pavel's a reputable merchant, no matter how you slice it. We've also worked together to repel Varjagers before. He's just overly obsessed with militaristic expansion, trying to unite the surrounding settlements under the banner of his own PMC. We want no part in that. Anyway, enough about that. To our distinguished guests from afar, would you like to visit Cliffwatch Town's markets? Yeah, we've got all sorts of delicious food and loads of exotic artifacts to offer. Which is why the Wing Cavaliers are needed for security in the first place. But we can't just leave the frames here. Looking at the upset Faline and Deshevnia, Liushi smiles gently. Feel free to leave both the vehicle's restoration to night's lodging to us. Our mechanics can easily patch up such things. Eh? Are we truly worthy of such generosity? Of course, we're all comrades fighting for the commander after all. In fact, I was just planning to hold a banquet to celebrate this reunion. Exactly. Don't be shy with us. Don't you want to try my roasted meat? I'm not sure if my cooking can help restore Deshevnia's memories by reminding you of Griffin's delicacies, but at least the taste's definitely top tier. I also brought out all the leftover inventory from Griffin's cafeteria and put it in cold storage. You can taste the past if you ever want to. Wow, for your repair and meals? That cold and uncaring pika is no match for the warmth of old Griffin comrades. You really haven't changed in this regard, Liushi. Then it's settled. Liushi claps her hands to the cavaliers behind her. You three, come with me and Zisui. We'll tow the truck back. Everyone else, head back and get the banquet started. We have guests to host tonight. Hoorah! Following her order, the steel steeds tugged the truck on a tour like a chariot, sitting in the driver's seat. Deshevnia burst into excited laughter. Forward! Forward! Ha 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 ha! Unlike her partner, Faline is not impressed by the steed's performance. Rather, she rolls down the window and gazes up at the fortifications in the distance. Coming into view are precision-engineered, reinforced concrete high walls lined with spotlights, as well as operational surveillance radars and mobile firing platforms. To combat elids, even retractable barriers and hidden napalm throwers are engineered into the defensive structures. Such perfect fortifications built into this environment? Is this all your work as well? Can't believe you two achieved all this while Bassie and I are running around with kids, smashing people's windows in. It's the combined effort of all the nearby settlements. But then again, at least we did help massively. As the horse-drawn truck arrives under the wall, the concrete reinforced blast doors welcome the arrival by slowly unlocking under the pressure of the massive hydraulic system. Whoa, the gate just hails in? Could this very well be the gate, unsealing itself to behold the hero of the divine light beyond? No, we call this an automatic door. Girl, you really need a factory reset. People knew we were coming and have been preparing for your arrival. Let me once again welcome you, Faline Deshevnia. For former Griffin comrades to go to such great lengths to arrive here, please allow me to extend my sincerest hospitality. Welcome to Cliffwatch Town. Boom, done. Steel Cavalry Dressage. The field of competition is an opening act for the field of battle. Only those of wisdom and courage will triumph. Oh, what's on the menu today? FNC? 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 Alright, she's gone too. Guess I'll just have to eat it all myself. With tray in hand, Type 56-1 sits down at the empty table in the empty cafeteria. Chewing noises quickly follow. Unlike before, everything seems so monotonous now. Even the once vibrant flavors are now but wax. The doll tilts her head, contemplating our current reality. Everyone's really left, huh? Eating all by myself makes even the tastiest food tasteless. Come to think of it, why am I the only one with such a big appetite? Even as the commander's gone, I kind of hate that. Why do I feel so guilty? Food share with everyone is the most delicious. That's the truth I've put to heart. Commander, that fried chicken back then, I still want you to treat me to it again. Ugh. Oh, Liu, want to have some? Why are you crying? Is it because you missed the commander? No, don't cry. Have some Gubauru. 56-1, what are we supposed to do from now on? Miss Hellion says the commander will never come back. There's no place for us to call home anymore. Is that so? So you're feeling lonely as well? Actually, I was just thinking, why don't we go look for the commander? Eh? I still want to cook for him, and with you around, we'll never have to worry about money. Our home is where the commander is. If he's gone, we'll find him and build a new home where he's now. Can we really do that? Then what should we do first? I haven't figured that out yet. But first, what we need to do now is to dig in. Food is in front of us. Here, have some of this. I'll go get you some of that if that's not enough. I'm not... Wait, I'll eat myself. Stop stuffing it in my mouth. Stop stuffing in my bowl. I'm good. Yellow Zone. Winged Cavaliers camp at night. The campfire crackles in the night wind, filling the air with the aroma of delicacies. With tables laden with roasted meat, towers of canned food, and all manners of drinks, dolls and people alike feast to their heart's content. Such must be temptations of chaos, a feast so decadent to even corrupt the hero. We should leave some for the strategist and War Master too. They'd love it too. Everything tastes so good. Z-Suite's cooking is just as good as before. Hard to believe we're in the middle of the Yellow Zone with all these amazing ingredients you've got. That said, they don't have much in the way of fresh veggies. The commander would definitely want to make a market of our tomatoes here. 'Tis up to the hero to investigate said business opportunities. Z-Suite smiles and raises her glass at Dushevnia and Phaline. There's been a slight uptick of traffic congestion recently. Many supplies got stuck on the road. So tonight's menu might be a little light. My sincere apologies. This is light? Dushevnia turns, gazing at the table piled high with food. Hey, Fox Maiden. Was she really a T-doll like us in the days before? Or does Griffin have some infinite money glitch, the memory of which has escaped me? Can't believe I lost access to the most important memory of all. Money. No, there's no such thing. Li-Shui has simply been incredibly lucky with money even back then. She'll somehow make a ton of money no matter what she does. Master used to receive expensive gifts from her all the time. She is the sugar mama. Though truthfully, she always was a bit clueless when it came to putting the money to good use. Not like she's changed by the looks of it. Despite all this wealth, you're still spending your days in the Yellow Zone? Huh? Never change, Li-Shui. Never change. Huh? Is there something about my arrangements you're unhappy with? If you don't mind waiting for a bit, we have frozen seafood in the white zones and... No, that's not what we meant. We aren't here to be freeloaders. I'm just lamenting at the fact that while Basti and I are still messing around with Lydia, you managed to build such an impressive stronghold in the middle of the Yellow Zones. Just look at how much of the reliable leader you've become. I can't help but feel like only a doll like you can go back to the master with your head held high. A leader, huh? All I'm doing is providing financial support and tactical support. The Winged Cavaliers is the brainchild of all those who wish to protect Watchtown, not me alone. Compared to what you just told me about the commander, what I did is almost too trivial to even mention. After all, he saved an entire city. As Lucy reminisces about the familiar face, her gaze becomes gentle and nostalgic. Doll community. That's what it's called, right? So that's where the commander and everyone else have gathered now? A community built on top of ruins and founded on mutual aid, developing agriculture to unite and help those in need. Truly a hopeful prospect. I'm so glad. Even a decade's time has not worn down his resolve. Yeah, even though I have yet to reunite with Master as well, Deshevnia told me that he's gathered many like-minded companions, all sharing the ideal of changing the Yellow Zone. The commander, the supreme leader, Helen, and everyone else, they're all striving to achieve a brighter future. Which is why I, together with the Fox Maiden and War Master, must likewise devote our utmost effort to fulfilling our mandated purpose. The commander's mission. I'm so jealous. It's been a decade since I last experienced that sense of fulfillment. But I'm really glad he's safe and sound, and that he does once again choose to become the anchor everyone could hold on to. He really still is the person who once admired and vowed to follow. We once admired. Liushi raises her hand and gently wipes the corner of her eyes. Ever since the commander left Griffin, my heart has never found peace. Because he always took everything on by himself. You girls are talking about Griffin. Hearing that familiar name, Shisui begarges into the conversation. Did she tell you about this yet? When Griffin almost went under, Lishi took all of her savings and went up to Helion, saying she could help fund Griffin through the crisis. Donating everything in your treasure trove? That's truly generous of you, General. All of Wishi's savings must be quite a hefty sum, I imagine. I don't really remember the numbers. I just wanted to help everyone to the best of my ability. Miss Helion said she understood where I was coming from, but Griffin was faced with a systematic crisis that could not be resolved through monetary means, regardless of how wealthy I am. And with the commander's departure, I knew the Griffin I came to know no longer existed. Indeed. Griffin without Master is not a place us dolls would miss. After gaining my freedom, I spent a long time wandering, confused, lost. If I can't bring Griffin back, what else can I use my money for? Shisui was the one who pulled me to my feet, saying, if our old home's gone, let's just find a new one. Which is how our fortune lady and I led Griffin to find the commander. Then an intel broker Freakin had told us that apparently a powerful bounty hunter was roaming around the Yellow Zone in an MCV. I knew that must have been the commander the moment I heard that. Since Shisui had the money but nowhere to spend it, and I had the energy but nowhere to take it out on, we just decided to move to the Yellow Zone together. One thing led to another, and we ended up here, in Cliffwatch Town. This place was crawling with ethers back then. I believe the commander would have done the same as we did. Right. We initially just wanted to set up a small camp, have a place to trade with the locals, then continue searching for the commander. But following the camp's establishment, more and more people flocked here, forcing us to expand it into a full-blown outpost, which attracted a lot of unwanted attention. So then we thought, while the agreement prohibits direct contact with the commander, it says nothing about preparing for things that may help him out in the future. Say, a stronghold in the middle of the Yellow Zones for resupply to fall back on, or manpower to call upon in time of need? Nobody knows when the commander will need those, so I have to have everything ready for him. And so, I invested all my money into this place. As you know about Lishi, she doesn't even bat an eye when she spends. With more and more resources being poured in every year, the population grew as well, which led to today's winged cavaliers. Quick question. Where do those war mounts of the apocalypse come from? Why are you calling them war mounts of the apocalypse? Well, we built them ourselves. This area used to be an NSU exclusion zone. You can find abandoned equipment under every rock. At one point, we came across several rolled over transports buried in a canyon, probably as a result of some kind of accident. Luckily, the cargo is mostly intact, which is how we got our hands on the prototype unit that eventually became Lishui's Dilu, as well as enough spare parts to assemble 30 more units. And we happened to be planning a basic machine shop at the time, so Miss Fortune here shelled out for all the necessary machinery and got them all fixed up. There's a workshop too? Can we see it? Yeah, of course. But first, has everyone enjoyed their meal? If so, let me take you on a tour. The dolls leave the encampment and arrive at an open space behind it. Welders, machine tools, stamping presses line the walls of the shed. All rare finds in the middle of the yellow zones. At the same time, customized two-wheelers and weaponized 4x4s are parked just outside. Several mechanics can be seen attending to said vehicles. Whoa! Not only are the War Mounts of the Apocalypse birthed here, it's also where you forge your own Hell Raiders. Weapons as well? Lisa and I gathered these from all over after some considerable effort and money spent. Now we finally have a somewhat functional production line. It'd be even more fantastic if this foundry were capable of forging a wyvern mount. That's certainly a cool idea, but questionable as hell. We've experienced with many designs, but on mountainous terrain, mobility and the ability to overcome vertical obstacles are king. Which is why Dilo and her kin remain the pride of the Winged Cavaliers. Li Shui points to a corner of the field, where a herd of visually identical steel steeds is being adjusted by the starting line. Deshevnia's eyes light up instantly. Whoa, War Mounts! War Mounts of the Apocalypse surround mine site. All these are the current mass production models. Mass production models, they may look indistinguishable from one another, but each has a special trait to perform various tasks in combat. Grid ability, jumping height, whatever, etc. Dilo was military grade to begin with, so they all have high-end specs. They're even equipped with biosensors, radiation detectors, and ELID warning receivers. They are truly our most indispensable partners. Big Sis Li Shui, Big Sis Liu, you're back. Ah, we have guests. Hearing the commotion, a petite girl holding a wrench hurries over from behind the shed, followed by two older members of the Cavaliers. Faeline's ears twitch upon taking in the sight. The girl's stature and manner seem out of place for someone presumably raised in the harsh conditions of the Yellow Zone. If anything, she has way more in common with Zoe, as in someone who was raised in a town with quasi-Green Zone level living conditions, and then ran away from it, though. I'm Viola, a member of the Winged Cavaliers. I was calibrating Dilo and Huang. I didn't notice... Viola, right? That's amazing. You already know how to work these machines at such a young age? Who taught you? As Faeline presses up against her with curiosity, Viola's face grows increasingly red. I like to tinker with machines. My father and my older brother have taught me. Your brother? Yes, he's kind and gentle. Always puts others first, much like Big Sis Li Shui. But he's already gone. Big Sis Li Shui and Zi Shui took me in. So I want to be helpful to them. Viola may look young, but she's our trump card. Unbelievable. With tiny hands, you repair such big machines? Ah, how truly marvelous. Yeah, you're really impressive. I have a friend who's about your age and is just as talented. I'd love to introduce you to. Deshevnia and Faeline both pat Viola's head, then look at the duo behind them. You two are dolls from Griffin, right? Boss brings you up all the time. Yeah, he's Luca and I'm Ivana. We're both among the first Cavaliers to fight alongside Boss. Though these days we spend most of our time doing maintenance. After all, we can't let Viola do all the hard work for us. By the way, Boss Shisui, everything's set. We're gonna win the big today. Perfect, I can't wait. Wait, what? What is it? Something entertaining is about to unfold? We've got the horses in the field. What do you think? Horse races or javelin? Shisui claps her hands and several mechanics immediately pick out 3 fully tuned candidates. Horse racing, yep. It's the Winged Cavaliers' signature event, horse racing. It served both as performance evaluation for the horses and as a form of entertainment for everyone else. What you think? Want to bet on which one will take the gold? First come, first served. A clash determined by the goddess of victory herself. I shall bestow my blessing upon the steed the general rode as guided by the hero's intuition. I'll pick the one on the left then. Her ears look beautiful. That's it then. All bets are final. No take-backs. Your attention please, everyone. Our robo-horses are equipped with sensor systems. If you fake an attack at its location, you'll activate its sensors and make it run faster. Wait, what? Oh, so our actions help determine how fast the horses move? That's right. Spurring a robo-horse on is essential. I see. Then may the hero's guidance lead her mighty steed to a steed's victory. What? Shevnia's horse must reach first. So, do I shoot the horse? What am I doing? Yeah, okay. You just shoot the horse. Boom. Can I block the other horses? Pretty funny. Let's shoot this one just for fun. It does block the horses. Okay. Should just automatically win without doing anything else, I assume. Forward, trusty steed, to victory! War mount of the apocalypse! At the last possible moment, the horse chosen by Deshevnia charges forward with astonishing speed and crosses the finish line with half a length's margin. Yay! The bond of the hero and her trusty steed prevails. Looking forward to exploring the world together, partner. Hold up. Who's ever giving it to you? That's Deshevnia. Please, steed. Don't get any funny ideas. Yes. Yes. Not only did I bet on the wrong one. Oh, yeesh. Yeesh. Not only did I bet on the wrong one, but she didn't even come close to winning. You win some, you lose some. That's just how things are. Though good on you for picking Dilu, Deshevnia. You definitely have an eye for this. I just assumed the General's war mount must be the best of the best. I wouldn't say so. I noticed during the combat earlier today that Dilu looked more battered than the others. As the prototype, her performance should be inferior to the brand new one I picked. Now I wonder what the key to her victory really is. Phaline's got sharp eyes. Here, everyone, look. Leishley walks up and pats Dilu on her back. Dilu gently lowers her head, exposing a previously obscured designation stencil. Pegasus Mark 1? Yes, Dilu is designated a Pegasus Mark 1, meaning she's not only the prototype of all their walkers, but she can also access, supervise, and manage the neuroclouds of others. Which means Dealey knows exactly how to startle the other steeds into late starts, how to chase the pace, and when to go for the last spurt. Dealey may not be the best at running sprints or miles, but she always comes up on top during long races. Wow, such considerations never crossed my mind. Even though similar strategies are a thing in the certain games I've played, well, should have paid more attention. She does have a more advanced neural cloud. Anyway, so Dealey was actually that special? I thought she was simply the first to roll out the production line. Dealey's situational awareness in the field is without a match. She's even more efficient at commanding her kin than we are controlling her own dummy links. Our battalion of 30 steeds has barely begun to scratch the surface of her capabilities. Unfortunately, while our mechanics are great at working hardware, we fall short when it comes to software. That's because she is chip savvy, right? That's why we've only managed to decompile a fraction of Dealey's code. The majority of her capabilities remain beyond us. Leave it to Helen and Dandelion to solve this mystery. And Miss Mei-Ling, too. Miss Dandelion is also part of the commander's side? Well, let's talk some more about the element of the commander, shall we? Is Miss Mei-Ling a comrade from Griffin? Mei-Ling is the commander's current adjutant. There's also Uldred and Sulromi and Helen, the commander's right-hand doll. And let's not forget Springfield and... So Kalina's no longer commander's adjutant? Hold on, who's this Uldred again? Do we know her? Why does Helen look so different now? And what do you mean by Voy Mestina, Elmo's #1 cook? Who the hell is Voy Mestina? Just as Dushevnia, Luis, and Zishui are engaged in a heated conversation, Valine turns her attention towards Viola. Owing to the years spent living alongside young human girls, Valine has developed a heightened sensitivity to their emotional states compared to other dolls. In this moment, the air of profound sadness radiating from Viola is most apparent to Valine. Without a second thought, she walks over to Viola as the latter is looking up at Dilo and gently stroking the horse's knee joint. What's wrong, Viola? Big sis Valine, it's fine. I'm just checking on Dilo. I don't like it when they make her compete. It's bad for her joints. Did you know that real horses have an average lifespan of about 20 to 30 years? Dilu's even older than me. I guess that makes her a grandma, right? Noticing the doll's puzzled expression, Viola blushes again. Sorry, that must have been a strange thing to say to a doll. Not at all. You're just worried about Dilu getting too old for this, and we're worried for her. That much I can understand. We dolls are equally troubled by this. In theory, we can survive indefinitely as long as we keep maintaining and upgrading our frames, but the reality is no one knows how long our neural clouds will last. We're still running on the first gen for a few of them. If Dilu's sentient just like us, then she must be able to tell what she likes and what she doesn't like. I'm sure she's proud to be able to fight alongside everyone of the Winged Cavaliers. Is that so? I guess maybe you're right. Looking at Valine, Viola smiles, seemingly relieved. She reaches for the pendant hanging from her neck and holds it tightly. But to Valine, it's clear that the sadness overwhelming her hasn't subsided in the slightest. It is in fact now tinged with darker dregs of emotion. What am I even thinking? Viola's Lishi and Zishui's comrade. I need to focus on Master's gifts. Lishui, Zishui, what should I give for Master? For the Commander? Allow me to help. I want to open a restaurant in the White Zone with Commander. That'll do for me. Okay. Wait, why does it become about you? I've never seen Big Sis Lishui and Zishui this overjoyed. Watching Valine and the other dolls break into a hearty laughter together, Viola sighs. A complicated feeling wells up from within her. Yeah, it'll be troublesome if this keeps up. Huh? Hearing the voice behind her, Viola instinctively flinches and recoils to the side. Oopsies, my bad. How many times do I need to remind you? Viola hates it when people sneak up on her. I just wanted to take a look at Boss and ended up too close. Sorry, it's been almost 2 years, but I still... No need to apologize. Everyone here has had their share of hardships. If it weren't for the bosses taking us in, Luke and I would have worked ourselves to death in some godforsaken mine by now. Well, not just us, but all the Cavaliers and everyone in Cliffwatch Town. I don't know why I keep saying Clifftown Watch. We all owe it to Boss's generosity. Who else in their right mind would keep supplying impoverished villages with that much food and medicine while putting yourself in danger to clear out bandits and elids roaming around, all without asking for any compensation? From a tomb for those who had no way out to the home she managed to turn it into. At this point, if the bosses really decided to leave, all we can really do is wish them well. Leave? Us soldier cavaliers know this very well. Sooner or later, the bosses will return to their beloved commander. Now with these two dolls' arrival, I think that day might just be today. But hey, I think we can stand on our own 2 feet now. Don't you think so, Viola? Even though it's hard to let them go, if that means Big Sis will be happy, then I guess that's okay. Seeing her comrade's mixed reaction, Viola quietly looks away. Real quick. Gotta wait a turn for everyone to spawn. There we go. Okay. Blind spot. True leads are often hidden in the most unlikely places. Got ways to go. Please, please, I need medicine. My brother's dying. He's the only family I've left. Clinging to the underground broker's leg, Viola begs desperately. But the broker merely glances at her with disdain, then coolly shakes her frail arms off. With those pretty dresses, you must have been born in the green zone or somewhere even richer. Right, young lady. No wonder you don't understand the rules around here. Go ahead and play that sympathy card all you want. It's not like it's worth a damn. But meds? Oh, precious meds. Those cost money. Don't tell me you don't have a clue what money does, young lady. But we don't have any money left. I can't do anything. I can do anything you want. Please, let me work for you. Unfortunately, at your age, it costs more to keep you alive than what you can offer in return. Unless you happen to be some kind of tech prodigy. I've interned at the Institute of Technology, though I haven't archived anything yet. I publish papers and I can cook. Mom taught me that I can also... Sounds like you have some background. Usually no one would want to have tied to a kid's like a past like yours. However... The broker extends a finger to lift the pendant hanging from around the girl's neck. She flinches first, but ultimately does not resist the act. That's an NSU standard encryption key. How did you get your hands on it? It's what Mom and Dad left us. The last thing they gave us. It's my mom's keepsakes. Anything but that. I'm not here to mug a little girl, but if you want medicine, you gotta hand me something valuable. The URNC is the top dog now. Nobody wants NSU tech anymore, aside from those who pay to collect antiques like this. Okay. The girl shivers as she closes her eyes, reaches for a pendant. In that moment, she feels as if her fate has been sealed. Abandoned, forayed, struggling until she's helplessly squashed like a bug. She seems to have accepted such an ending. That is, until one hand grabs the broker's wrist while another stops Viola from removing the pendant. Wait. Just give her the medicine, I'll pay. I don't do business with dolls. You think I'm that desperate? Reputation comes first in the Yellow Zones. Tell your master to come personally if they want a deal. Besides, with the recent price fluctuations, only regulars get... Will this amount be enough? Whoa, damn. Sorry, I meant to say I love doing business with dolls. You lot don't pull any of that two-faced bullshit. You're in luck today, young lady. The broker reluctantly lets go of the girl's pendant and grabs the collapsed pieces right in front of him. The girl hugs the medicine box, blankly staring at the two dolls bickering in front of her. This again, Li Shui. Sorry, Li Shui, but I can't stand watching a little girl suffer. That's not the point. Pay for the girl you want. At least ask for change. Forget it. God knows how you got this rich anyways. Well, it's because a friend left her fortune to me. But enough about that. Let's check on the girl. The gentle doll walks up to the girl and softly strokes her hair, while the outspoken doll stuffs a lot of food into her hands. Before even realizing it, the girl's already dropped to the ground and started devouring the food without a care for delicacy. She doesn't even register exactly what she's stuffing in her mouth, only that it tastes incredibly delicious. The dolls watch as she goes, smiling, a pure, altruistic, and untainted smile. She looks at the dolls through tearful eyes, her heart filled with words of gratitude. But in the next instant, a thought that shouldn't exist interrupts all that. Viola, you must remember, the dolls, they took everything from us. Don't be deceived by their appearance. They have no hearts. All their beauty and marvel exists only to deceive and manipulate humans. Dolls are tools, nothing more. And they too treat humans as just another piece of equipment. They can never understand true human emotions. The voice hits Viola like a bucket of ice water, promptly emptying her mind while leaving a sharp, lingering sting. Name? What's wrong? You've got a sick brother, right? Now you can go back to him with medicine. My name's Viola. Thank you both. Thank you, both of you. Nice to meet you, Viola. I'm Li Shui. And I'm Zisui. Need us to escort you back? The girl shakes her head and turns to face away from them. Hearing the two dolls' names, a strange feeling rises in her heart. Those are such pleasant, beautiful names. How could machines manufactured just to be tools be so radiant and warm? She silently berates her own ungrateful, wicked self. Tears she didn't even shed while begging at the broker now roll down her cheeks as she runs away. Sweeper realizes she's hit her limit. As a Sanguis doll, her OGAS protocol should have easily allowed her to process the code within the control module, but the astronomical volume of data and lack of proper equipped support modules made the decompiling process extremely difficult. Fortunately, Fetusa, the data processing expert, is around to help her shoulder a large portion of the computational load. Which is also why she's now plugged into an external battery, as running 2 overclocked neural clouds simultaneously is a particularly power-intensive process. While Deshevnia and Faline are celebrating with their Griffin comrades, Sweeper is working tirelessly, coming close to fatally overheating on several occasions. However, she feels nothing but immense joy. Simply decoding and acquiring data related to Sangus Ferry from the control module is enough to satisfy her. It's obvious, ain't it? Sangus science is the best in the world. Got it. This one's ready to be booted up now, Fetusa. Got it. Let me get the firewall in place to filter redundant data. Don't get too carried away. No worries, this thing simply borrows Sangus tech. This neural cloud should be very bare bones. Alone. Huh? Unable to detect mastermind. No command update since 89,212 hours. This unit abandoned? Question? This thing, even unfinished, is actually somewhat sentient? Hey, accept my command. Command authentication failed. No clearance. Available access 1. Production list 2. Production inventory 3. Supply orders. Only the basic clearance. Is it because this one's not actually a Sanctus model? Or because you're too low ranking, Nixie? Shut up. Someone's coming. As footsteps tick, Sweeper sees Pavel enter the room along with several combat automatons and armed personnel. Quick on the uptake, huh? Though I'm afraid your efforts will be going down the drain. This module requires higher military level clearance to access. You sure your key just so happens to have that? You've done well, Miss Sweeper. The frame's yours now. Pavel snaps his fingers and 2 men deposit the box containing the Sanctus Elite frame in front of Sweeper. Now, why don't you go play with your doll friends? Sweeper suddenly shoots up into the ceiling at a speed human eyes can barely follow. Dashing forward with her blade drawn, she cleaves through the combat automatons standing in her way before landing in front of Pavel. Pavel's automatons promptly react and open fire at once. As Sweeper is poised to make short work of them, a notification appears before her eyes. Her gaze freezes before backing off, gradually being forced into a corner. You slimy bastard! Making this a fair arrangement was never part of your playbook, was it? Or maybe you're the one unwilling to honor your side of the bargain. Unfortunately, I'm quite acquainted with you Sangra's fairy dolls. All that hard work just drained your battery. You got what, 11% left at most? Oh, I was wondering why your batteries are so shit. You're purposely messing with my power supply. I told you, I'm quite acquainted with you Sangra's fairy dolls. Because all these years I've been studying, reevaluating, and thinking about one thing. Why couldn't you defeat Griffin back then? That's none of your damn business. Sweeper backs into a corner, only to find the exit has already been sealed off. She paces about in the building, waiting for any opening to fatally strike Pavel. But the young merchant surrounded by guards give her no opportunity to do so. Instead, he merely explains to her in an almost nostalgic tone. All the doors are locked down. You won't be getting out of here even if I die. Time to surrender, Miss Sweeper. Don't worry. I share the same view as your master, that Tomato Emperor. Order, security, and development are in higher and higher demand by the people of the Yellow Zones. And only those with power can provide that. I wish to join your Tomato Emperor's cause and invest in his own currency forged through steel and fire. His exceptional battlefield talent. What you just did was to help me obtain said currency. I won't damage your frame nor your neural cloud. I just need to make sure you stay out of my way when I do my job. What job? A totally real job, just like those horses you bragged about that don't even exist in the records. At Sweeper's words, Pavel's face twitches. They're not made up. Pegasus is a weapon system developed by Dr. Smolin. It had undergone 3 combat trials with excellent results. Whether paired with humans or dolls, it wouldn't be outdated even by today's standards. Aside from proving his worth in a truly glorious war, Dr. Smolin accomplished everything that was asked of him. I don't know how well those horses performed, but a couple of wonder weapons won't affect the outcome of war. No, they can't, but they can affect me. If only the Pegasus can be proven to be a reliable weapon, then all its development will be genuine and meaningful, and the URNC will finally take another look at it. Another look at what? Unfortunately, that's all I can reveal for now. Unless you would kindly surrender and make this easier for both of us. Before Pavel even finishes, Sweeper's blade is already darting towards him, impaling the wrist of an automaton, shielding him as it nearly pierces his eye. A chill runs down Pavel's spine as he sweats profusely. Meanwhile, Sweeper snatches an Aegis shield and dashes out of the room. Sweeper breaks through multiple combat automatons before her battery is drained. She collapses against the final sealed door, helplessly watching as Pavel approaches. Don't forget to put in a good word for me in front of the Tomato Emperor when you wake up. Her frame shuts down completely, and Sweeper's consciousness sinks into the darkness. At the final moment, she thinks indignantly, can't believe you called it. Damn it. No, you're right, Nixie. Aside from the commander and those human juveniles, plenty of humans are kind. External communication is jammed too. Looks like Mr. Pavel really thought this through. These will take some time. Pavel looks at the Sanctus doll lying on the ground, then at the pile of combat automatons she dismantled all by herself. Letting out a sigh, had she been at full power, she could have easily broken out. Not destroying her while not letting her destroy him is the only way to leave room for future cooperation with the Tomato Emperor. Though Pavel doesn't know his exact identity, he wisely deduced that he's most likely the very terrorist behind the Lviv incident, the commander, with a bounty in the millions to his name. Unless absolutely necessary, Pavel doesn't want to make an enemy of someone with such a threatening potential. Lock her up. Make sure to treat Miss Pao here, prisoner of war here, well before we send her back for negotiations with her master. Having said that, Pavel retrieves an encryption key from under his collar and inserts it into the control module Sweeper unlocked earlier. Sweeper could have easily decimated this module during the chaos earlier, but either out of sympathy as a fellow Sanga's creation or some other reason, she did not. For that alone, Pavel was very grateful to her. Command verified. Administrative clearance confirmed. External hardware recognized. As if his blood is rekindled by the pleasant tune, Pavel realizes his fingers are trembling. The moment of truth has arrived. He silently inputs a command string as the module hums to a mechanical rhythm. Typical of old hardware protesting its lack of calibration and maintenance. Ultimately, the sea of formless data materializes in the shape of the Pegasus quadrupedal carrier, along with all commands and functions pertaining to its neural network cloud. Neural cloud. You were right, old man. As if he had been rehearsing his whole life. Another set of commands long in the making has been executed by Pavel. The module name now displays in progress. Following that, he pulls out his communicator. Hello? Already? Alright, I got it. Don't worry. Of course, everything's ready. This day has finally come. Big brother. That's her brother? Damn. Climbing out of her bed, Viola quietly puts on her coat, grabs the backpack prepared in advance, and heads towards the area where Pegasi are stationed. The horses stand silently. She walks up to Dilu, raises it to her toes, and inserts a key into the back of her head after some considerable effort. The horse turns into confusion towards her everyday friend the mechanic. Red and blue glares flicker in her eyes before finally settling in a conspicuous deep crimson. Dilu's final struggle pains Viola. Dilu shakes her head violently as if stricken by an ailment until her head finally droops, letting the spasms fade into an eerie stillness. I'm sorry, but I can't let you fall into the doll's hands. Viola spreads her arms and hugs Dilu's head as if to soothe her. Alright, it's done. Now I just need to get on it. She reaches for the saddle and starts climbing. Li Shui isn't a particularly tall doll, so this shouldn't be a hard task. Yet, somehow, when Li Shui and Sui rode on the Pegasi, they always appeared so reliable, so towering. Viola instinctively checks the direction of the barracks, only for a pair of heterochromatic irises to greet her. Fear instantly makes her legs go numb. Viola? It's me. I thought someone snuck in. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? I got worried about Dilu's condition, so I came to check on her. The commotion must have woken you up. No, not really. I stayed up to keep watch, since enemies can show up at any time. Speaking of, something happened to Dilu? As Feline walks past her towards Dilu, Viola realizes this is her only chance. If she so much as attempts to escape while riding on Dilu, the dolls will definitely catch up to her or simply shoot her dead on the spot. Huh? The sudden realization that something's up halts Feline. She turns around and pounces Viola aside, narrowly dodging Dilu's devastating back kick. Have you missed your strike? The steel steed bolts forward, sprinting towards the gate, leaping across rooftops and finally vaulting over the wall. Yet even with Dilu's lightning-fast speed, Feline is somehow faster. She's a fox. She manages to hold on to the reins and follows her over the wall like a jockey trying to tame a Mustang. A loud thud echoes from outside the gate. Horrified, Viola lies on the floor. By now, the others have woken up and rushed out to the barracks. Viola, are you okay? The doll immediately rushes to her and pulls her into an embrace. Viola stares in his eyes filled with worry and concern. She bites her lips until the taste of blood and rust finds her. Dilu suddenly went berserk and ran off, as Big Sis Failing followed after her. What's going on? Have the War Master's old legions attacked us? At least we don't leave Viola out of here. Come hide her. Wake up, everyone. We've got an emergency. Atop the Night Mountain Road, sounds of steel hooves tear through the tranquility. A petite doll with beast ears clings to the steed, desperately trying to rein in the one-ton beast. Whoa, Dilu, what's going on? What's getting into you? Slow down, slow down! Could it be some kind of EW attack? Electronic wave attack? Faline grips the reins tightly, trying to slow the beast down in vain as simply keeping herself from falling off is already taking up most of her strength. Yet as Dilu heads straight towards the cliff, Faline instinctively lets go of the horse and jumps backwards, watching Dilu plunge into the abyss, only for a pair of flaming wings to shoot out the steel teeth sides. Much like her mythical counterpart, her free fall is slowed into a gentle glide as she descends to the valley below, disappearing from sight. A jump back? That's a feature too? At least she's really got some crazy over-the-top pet. If Bassie finds out about this, there's no way she'll settle for anything less than a Cerberus she can bring back to the Elmo. But then again, what the hell's going on? Alright. Back to it. Behind enemy lines, lies are tempting bait and a lethal blade. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Li Shui. Name's Pavel Smolin, one of the many merchants who greatly benefits from your efforts to protect Cliffwatch Town. The reason for my visit today is none other than to acquire your quadrupedal carriers for PMC's business needs. I'm sorry, Mr. Pavel. As Cliffwatch Town's co-founder, I'd very much like to meet your needs, but Dilu and the other steeds as well are already like family to us winged cavaliers. Family? A doll talking about family? Don't make me laugh. Hey, you done talking? Leave if you don't have anything worthwhile to add. Please tell me you can at least compute just how wasteful your actions are, right? Those are weapons. They're meant for the battlefield. Yet you're using them as nothing more than delivery bikes and rescue dogs. This is more than simply squandering the potential of a new technology. What you're doing is spitting in the face of its creator. Don't you feel ashamed of that? To some extent, maybe you're right, Mr. Pavel. But even these menial tasks you look down on still need to be done by someone. With Dilu's help, we winged cavaliers can respond to crises and carry out various rescue missions flexibly. There are simply no walkers more efficient or stable than the steeds in mountainous terrain. So I'm afraid I cannot grant your request. Then how about this? I can provide the Wing Cavaliers with the helicopters in exchange for temporarily leasing just the one prototype unit. We may be dolls, but we wouldn't trade our family for anything either. Miss Li Shui, dolls are just usually pretty good with numbers. I assume that applies to you as well? Sorry, but I might be able to one exception is bad with math. Then what about this figure? You consider this a good offer? Look, I can't. You should really take your leave, Mr. Pavel. You won't get what you want from either of us. This isn't about money. We don't have any monetary issues now. And we won't in the future. Pegasus. What'd you say? I said those steeds are called Pegasus. Anyways, I get it. I'll come back with more funds in my next visit. You're really good at doing business, Miss Li Shui. Goodbye. Good at doing business? Me? I feel like I just made Mr. Pathel even more angry. You just can't take no for an answer. Don't take it to heart. Riding on ATVs assembled by the Wing Cavalier's mechanics, Deshevnia and Lishui catch up to Faylene by sunrise. The latter had already scaled down the cliff, scanning for traces left by Dilu. Fox Maiden, I've lost contact with the War Master and the Strategist. I don't know if the signal's jammed or something else happened. Maybe that Mr. Pal really was up to something? Deshevnia and Lishui, I've marked all the tracks Dilu left along the way. Thank you so much, Faylene. This heading does lead to Mr. Pavel's area of activity. Let's hope it's just a coincidence. Following the Pegasus Soof tracks, the group veers into an inconspicuous fork in the path. Before long, the dolls discover a small base hidden on the mountain path. Could this be the Demon King's fortress? It appears there's movement by the entrance. Let me see. Faylene raises her zoom level and focuses on the writhing shapes in the shadows. They've got lots of patrol units in the front of the base. SCOTUS, diner gates, the whole 9 yards. Seems to be all Stenka's ferry machines, similar to what Mr. Pavel had earlier. As Batsy would say, he's acting real suspicious right now. I wonder why Mr. Pavel is so obsessed with Dilu if he can get his hands on so many combat automatons. And how was he able to remove the controller? Fox Maiden, you believe this can be traced back to the server we handled over, right? Or perhaps something the War Master did? I think so. Everything just adds up. It makes less sense that this was all just a coincidence. Lishui, all those combat automatons that Mr. Pavel has? While they're numerous, they are also pretty common. Meanwhile, not even Griffin's database has info on Dilu and her kin. As a one-of-a-kind prototype, she must be extremely valuable. Since he is willing to trade a dozen military-grade doll frames for just that server, he must have been expecting profit. Profit. Mr. Pavel offered me higher and higher quotes back then, but I didn't believe he was doing all that just for profit. Simple. We simply apprehend him, make him surrender to the War Master and the Strategist, then beat the truth out of him. Right, this War Master and Strategist Deshevnia keeps mentioning. Are they also our Griffin comrades? They are Stenka's dolls found by Master, the Commander. They weren't active back during the Griffin days, and they're actually two minds inside the same body, but neither of them is a bad person. A Stenka's fairy doll, indeed. Dilu's design contains lots of Stenka's tech. Now that I think about it, why did we even find Dilu here in Clifftown Watch? Just as Lishui dives into thought, Faylene suddenly raises her hand, signaling for the two to drop to the ground. Their sensors return several proximity mines the dolls are all too familiar with. Faylene quickly marks their positions and those of additional turrets and surveillance cameras. Going the long way consumed much time. Fox Maiden, General, beware of the things that go bump in the night. With Deshevnia's heads up, the two dolls also lock on the patrolling scouts and diner gates. The security level is really high. It's almost airtight. And judging by its forces deployment, they've got heavy weapons set up on the high ground and reserve units held in positions. Such a meticulous defense could only mean Mr. Pavel's got some military expertise. The hero's suspicion has been proven. Aye. The Demon King and those brigands are truly in leagues. Lishui nods, acknowledging Deshevnia's speculation. Anyway, let's update Lishui and the Wing Cavaliers with the coordinates first. This area seems to be jammed as well. As Lishui operates her terminal, several dark muzzles protrude from the position above, aimed directly at her head. Bang! Flashes erupt with crimson glare, all directed at the dolls. Watch out, General! Startled, Lishui stares at Deshevnia. The latter calmly shoulders her rifle, clearly used to situations like this. Lishui, are you hurt? I'm fine. Watch out and get ready to return fire. Boom. Fire returned by Boy Mistina. After a round of exchange fire, Li Shui's group successfully destroys all of the Tons on the forefront. However, more and more firepower pours out from the positions above. The suppressive barrage forces the dolls to repeatedly fall back, ultimately retreating behind cover. Is there no end to this? The worst part is we don't even know what's inside the base. We might be walking straight into a trap if we blindly rush in. Even though the hero fears not, adapting to our foes, 4 mana is all consumed, is of utmost prudence. General, now is the time to take action. It's alright, we already achieved what we were here for. I noticed during the engagement earlier that all the reinforcements come from the rear of the right flank. That area looks to be the most heavily defended. There, General? Duchovny quickly marks a spot in the terminal. Yes, that's probably where their warehouse is. Even though I'd very much like to take Dealer back down, a frontal assault with just the 3 of us is not ideal. Looks like we need to draw something up before going in. While Li Shui, Veli, and Duchovny are attempting to infiltrate Pavel's base, a group of men is on their way towards the Winged Cavalier's outpost. Their leader, none other than Pavel, followed by his subordinates driving vehicles towing mortars and other heavy weapons. Well, didn't expect you to be this amazing a strategist, boss. I just took some notes from the Tomato Emperor's impressive records of Makash. Hide your true strength, lure the enemy in, then strike them where it hurts the most. Indeed, very effective. But by doing so, won't our base be destroyed? We can't trap dolls like Li Shui forever. We can, however, distract them for, let's say, 17 to 23 hours. And that's plenty enough time. As for our base, don't you worry. A bigger, better base, even more weapons, and a grand stage will soon be ours. Following you around sure was the best choice I've ever made, boss, as expected from an heir of the White Zone. A real intellectual. I even heard you got some big corpos backing. Why mingle with the Yellow Zone peasants like us if that's the case? Don't you think you're speaking out of turn for someone who supposedly knows as much as you do? My bad. But those dolls and the Winged Cavaliers aren't just pushovers either. Can we really take over their outpost in such a short time? A fortress like this will be tough nut to crack even with superior numbers of firepower. However, historically, many so-called impregnable bases have been unraveled from within. You should really pick up a book. Just do your job and watch as a new chapter in Cliff Watch's history unfolds. While Li Shui, Phelan, and Duchovny are planning their infiltration, the Winged Cavaliers are also gearing up for the fight. Out of safety concerns, Zisui has shut down all their steel steeds to prevent what happened to Dilu from repeating. Fortunately, thanks to their rigorous training in various vehicles and weapons crafted by their workshop, the Winged Cavaliers are confident in the battle to come. Can't reach Li Sui. Is this Pavel's doing as well? I knew that Ras was up to something lately. Now he's finally got his way. Boss Yisui, let's storm them directly. Our big guns haven't got a chance to shine. It's the perfect opportunity to put up a big fireworks show. No, Li Sui told us not to act impulsively. Our task is to defend the outpost while they're out there scouting. We've only lost Dilu so far. It's not enough to affect our overall effectiveness. Everyone, get ready. As Isui is about to issue orders, a message comes from the lookouts. A unit has bypassed their defenses and is now right under their perimeter. An alarm blares, signaling the highest levels of readiness. The Winged Cavaliers immediately leap up and rush up to their respective and defensive positions. Engage! Arm yourselves! A sense of unease rapidly devours Zisui's mind. Li Shui, Phelan, and Duchovny being so far out of reach now seems like the result of a deliberate trick to lure them away. Compared to her situation, Zisui is actually more worried about Li Shui. She fears that she won't be able to help her partner out now that she's held up defending the base. Of course, that's not the only thing bugging her. The Winged Cavaliers never let their guards down against Pavel. Drones, radars, and various other sensors have all been purchased by Li Shui and meticulously examined at Griffin standards, just to keep an eye on them. By all accounts, they should have seen this invasion coming from a mile away. Commander, what should I do in a situation like this? A bone-chilling sensation crawls up from the depths of Zisui's mind. She doesn't want to think about it, doesn't want to acknowledge it, but as Li Sui's second command, And the outpost's sole defender now. She can't dismiss the possibility that someone orchestrated all this from within. Viola, why? Viola, play the tiny violin. Oh man. The mundanity of one does not give others the reason to plunder and rob. The mundanity. Rousing rhythms accompany the steady hoofbeats of the steel steeds. In Cliffwash Town, people know that hope is right around the corner whenever they hear the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. Whether faced with the Varjagers, Elids, or any other threat, the Winged Cavaliers will always come down from the mountainside and trample everything standing in their way like a tide of fire and steel under that fearless doll's lead. Yet at the same time, they are an army of kindness. No matter how humble their standing may be, the Winged Cavaliers will always charge headfirst in the enemy lines to protect the weak and innocent. Viola witnessed all that with her own two eyes not long after arriving Cliffwatch Town. She also immediately recognized the two dolls leading the charge, the same ones who once come to her aid without hesitation. And undoubtedly, they too remembered her. Viola reaches out to them, and the two dolls immediately take notice of her as well. Big Sis Lisui, Big Sis Isui. Isn't this Viola? What are you doing here? How's your brother? Viola shakes her head sorrowfully. Isui's expression dims as she dismounts and gently pulls her into an embrace. You must have been through a lot. If you have nowhere else to go, stay here with us. But I... No need to worry about anything. We'll take care of you. We have many amazing comrades. They'll teach you everything you need to survive in the Yellow Zone. And you can leave whenever you feel ready to do so, to freely pursue what you truly want. The dolls understand better than anyone the harsh nature of the Yellow Zone, and that it's nigh impossible for a child to survive on her own. So Viola knows they can't and won't abandon her. This is the naivety of dolls. Their world is simple. A person's a person, a life's a life. They act exactly as they're told, no questions asked. But Lisui and Zisui are different from those Viola's familiar with, because they no longer follow anyone's orders. To freely do what I want? So you did this outpost, took people in, formed the Cavaliers, all just because... Yeah, because we wanted to. Because doing so fills us with joy. And hopefully what we're doing can eventually be of help to the commander, even if all he ever wanted was for us to be happy. Here we go again. Disgusting, repugnant, sickening. You clueless machines talking about happiness. You've never suffered like us. All you're doing is just imitating that commander of yours. Stop. Don't be so kind to me. Just show your true colors already. Stop making me look even uglier than I already am. Despite their superior numbers, the attacking automatons cannot break through the Winged Cavaliers' defenses. Zisui moves along the walls, inspiring each member while providing with fire support. Even drones high above cannot escape the doll's sharp shooting. None of them gets to release their bombs above the outpost before they're shot down. Even with Boss Lisui absent, we still got Boss Isui. She just eats too much. Oi, I heard that. You can't fight an empty stomach, can you? Let's feast after all this is over. The Cavaliers erupt in cheers and once again start humming their battle hymn. The counterattack has begun. As for Pavel, this outcome just retroactively made him realize how wise a decision it was not to act against the Winged Cavaliers in the past. Even with superior firepower, numbers, and prior knowledge of their deployment and personnel, they still failed to achieve anything due to Zisui's leadership and the defenders' high morale. Boss, this doll's a monster, man. running out of time. If Li Shui gets back, they had a single doll that's enough to make you piss your pants. I've begged hundreds of these clankers already. I begged. But I've never seen one like her before. Our command module is banned? That's not a command module. That's a power they themselves earned. Fortunately, I've got mine as well. Boom.
为您的轻率举动付出代价。这是我的使命。遮天蔽月，立地成冰。
Under Zisu's leadership, the Winged Cavaliers successfully repelled the attack on their outpost. All the mortars and heavy weapons meant to tear down the walls are destroyed by their own drones, leaving only smoldering wreckage. Watching the attackers flee with their tails between their legs, the defenders do not pursue. Instead, they shout and cheer, accompanied by people humming the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. Now you know not to fuck with us. Stay vigilant. Scan the perimeter for any stragglers and get the wounded to the infirmary. Roger. After wrapping up her commanding duties, Zisui hops off the wall position and exchanges a high five with the Cavalier coming to rotate her out. As a doll, her reaction speed and perception are far above that of humans. As such, the celebratory atmosphere around does not distract her from analyzing the situation. During the skirmish that just concluded, the feeling that something was off kept gnawing at Zisui's mind, siphoning her processing power away. Now that the bullets have ceased flying, even just a moment, she immediately realized what exactly the off is. Who's opening the gate? What? The sudden interjection puts everyone back on edge. Worst thing is, as the gate's opening grows wider, a familiar figure, one that the Winged Cavaliers followed with devotion and admiration, charges in. It's Dilu! Don't shoot! No, take her out! The conflicting orders plunged the Cavaliers in disarray, making many miss what would have been an easy shot. The Steel Steed rampages through the defense positions while a swarm of hostile Sanguis automatons follow in her steps and flood through the gate. Zisui starts regretting not calling Li Shui, Faline, Deshevnia to retreat. She still attempts to maintain control over the situation, ordering the Cavaliers to fall back to the buildings. Until... Enough. Time to stop this madness. She turns towards the voice instinctively. The sight greeting Zisui makes her pupils dilate in shock before narrowing into a furious glare. Luke is right. You really are a shit-eating son. I don't have time to argue with you. Pavel stands before Zisui, and held within his arm is none other than the girl named Viola. The girl keeps her head bowed, not daring to look at Zisui into the eyes. Look over. Viola, how... you animal! How did he get in? The Cavaliers all raised their weapons, but none dared to act rashly before them, under the fear of hurting the shivering young girl. As instructed by Pavel, the mercs and automatons who followed him also hold their fire. A tense standoff ensues. Zisui has no choice but to acknowledge Pavel's composure bordering on madness. Though armed with a pistol, he doesn't point it at Viola. Zisui looks at the latter, hoping that she could create some opportunities for herself. Yet Viola is still avoiding her gaze. No matter how much she doesn't want to accept it, that chilling sensation spreading through her body forces Zisui to come to terms with reality. Miss Zisui, eh? Got yourself a sizable facility out here, don't you? I admire it. Dolls nowadays are making warlords of themselves and live a comfy life while actual humans are stuck withering in the wasteland, surviving by digging through trash. Ridiculous, don't you think? Cut the bullcrap, let go, Viola. Then we'll consider letting you walk away with your head attached to your neck. Relax, I'm not so pathetic as to use her as hostage. I never meant for it to get this awkward. But I'm in fact here to make a deal. A deal. That's right, a deal. The terms are simple. I'll let you live. You don't even need to drop your weapons. Just leave the outpost as you are. I'll not hunt you down. And your dames. You're just a thief who only has the balls to show up when the boss Li Shui isn't here. Sure, but right now this thief has the firepower to back up his words. We can go back to the shooting, and I'll maybe lose at most a tenth of my men and 30% of my remix. But you, on the other hand, will all be wiped out. So let's not do this. Why? Other than Cliffwatch's town securities contract, I don't believe there's any bad blood between you and us. That's true, although it's not that I wanted to profit from that either. I simply hate how you and that leech people just love sticking your noses into everything. I get it, it's all out of altruism. But your mimicry of human behavior, that just pisses me off. The next instant, Pavel's smile vanishes, his gaze turning cold and sinister. I only have 2 turns, disband the Winged Cavaliers and hand over all Pegasus units. You're saying we're mimicking humans? That's your reason for attacking us? Forming the Cavaliers, building the Walkers, you're just carrying out someone else's orders at the end of the day. No matter how convincing you make yourselves look, you can never understand why humans do such things. That's not true. Me and Lee we... What do you even know? I have no idea that's us. Before the boss showed up, people of Cliffwatch Town were getting raided by bandits and devoured by elites all the time. If it's the bosses who brought us food, clothes, and medicine. It's them who gave us weapons and taught us to stand up for ourselves. We would never betray them. We'd all give our lives the bosses told us to. How pathetic. Look at how they turned you into their little puppets with the tiniest bit of kindness. We're not puppets, and neither are our bosses. They could have stayed in the green zones, enjoyed a life of comfort and luxury, yet they came all the way out here for the sake of their beloved commander. When they saw our hardships, they didn't hesitate to spend their money helping us. How are the bosses any less human than you? No one ever ordered them to do anything. They've always followed their own hearts. Can you say the same about yourself? Do you dare say you're doing all things of your own free will? The surrounding cavaliers all resonate with Ivana's words, but Pavel simply fires a shot in the air to shut them up. You not really are hung up on these dolls, huh? Guess that's what happens when you're just a yellow zone bumpkin with no clue of what a doll is capable of. Sure, dolls can be more efficient, their assessments more accurate. But so what? As a leader, if there's one thing they need to fully understand, it's betrayal. If they can't foresee it, they can't understand why it happened, then they are a failure. Eula, why don't you tell them yourself? Right. What do you mean? The one who opened the gates was me. Is that so? The one who installed the receiver on Dilo and tampered with her control authorities was also me. And I installed receivers on all the steeds, so Dilo can now control all of them at will. Vila snaps her fingers, and the cavaliers gasp in horror, some nearly collapsing in despair. The steel steeds that should be powered down and stored away now glow red eyes. They trot onto the open field and gather around Dilo, suddenly threatening their former partners. No, this can't be real. Looks like both humans and dolls learned a valuable lesson about betrayal today. All it takes is a little fiddling for your so-called free will and trust to turn on you. Dolls reduced to slaves of their own programming. Much like this horse, your loyalty is nothing when faced with a higher authority command. But humans, Miss C-Suite, do you really understand a human's betrayal? You and Leashweek recruited Viola yourselves. How did you convince yourselves that she's worthy of your trust? You know, much like you, the human mind is also built upon countless choices. But no matter how many ones and zeros are in that noggin of yours, you'll never truly understand what makes us the way we are. You will never be human, and naturally you'll never be able to lead humans. Honestly, I would say even getting too close is ill-advised for both sides. You piece of shit. A notification from her sensors alerts C-Suite to a new development. In the corner of her visual nodule, a young cavalier is taking aim at Pavel. But just as Pavel warned, the combat automatons have been keeping track of their movement all this time. Before he can fully raise his rifle, the automaton's weapons are already pointed at him. Don't! Despite Theseus' plead, the young cavalier adjusts his aim and pulls the trigger with a determined expression. In response, the automatons behind Pavel answer with a hail of gunfire. Despite the T-Doll's split-second reaction allowing her to spring into action before the bullets can go flying, Cece barely manages to put herself between the two parties. Back off! By the time Pavel and Lucas stop both sides from escalating further, Z-Suite is already riddled with bullet holes wounds. Big sis Z-Suite. It's fine. I'm tougher than I look. Stop moving, Viola. You're now a target as well. Viola freezes, gazing in fear at the Cavaliers who'd been with her throughout thick and thin. The contempt and hatred in their eyes sent shivers down her spine. With how hard you're still trying to defuse the situation, I'll take that as an acknowledgement of my terms. Everyone, abandon the outpost. Leave and go find Li Shui. Boss? No, we can still fight. And we can win. Of course we'll win. But that victory means nothing but a fair one. No one needs to die for this. Do as I say. Take what's important and abandon the outpost. And that vehicle Phaeton drove here too? Gifts for the commanders are on board. Make sure to recruit it to them. Return it to them. Ignoring the sparks pouring from her injuries, the doll slowly holds up her arm, staring straight at Pavel with a completely expressionless face. Pavel seems slightly shaken under her sharp, scrutinizing gaze. After a pause, he slowly nods. Paying no mind to the Cavalier's protests, Z-Suite orders the unharmed to help carry the wounded and supplies out of the gate. Meanwhile, she herself remains where she stands, unwavering, still facing off with Pavel and Viola. Boss Z-Suite, you need to repair ASAP. Don't worry about me. You and Ivana take Phaeton and Dushevnia truck back to them. Tell them that those are Cliffwatch Town's specialty caramel picks, specialty caramel pies. I bet the commander's gonna love them. But, boss? I'm not gonna follow my orders. Are you still Wing Cavaliers or not? Don't worry, I'm not planning to do anything stupid. I haven't had the chance to see the commander again, after all. We copy. After making Luca and Ivana leave, Z-Suite finally moves. Yet she doesn't head for the gate herself. Instead, she slowly and calmly wanders deeper into the camp, despite countless muzzles being pointed at her. Viola. Yes? You once said you had a sick brother, that person? Yes, that was Big Brother Pavel. He was suffering from a serious lung disease back then. I was only able to afford those medicines thanks to you and Big Sis Li Shui's help. Oh, wait, those meds back then? Yes, they were from Big Sis Z-Sui and Li Shui. I just knew the big brother who hates dolls would definitely overthink things if he got wind of that fact, so I never told you about this. Is that so? So you weren't lying back then. I... Hearing that, Viola jolts as if she's been electrocuted, covering her face in shame, unable to meet anyone's eyes. I see. That's great, Viola. I'm happy for you. Eh? Viola looks at Z-Sui. The smile blooming on Z-Sui's face is the same as when they first met. Pure, bright, and possibly bedazzling. At the same time, more cracks seem to spread from these wounds on her body. Li Shui and I have always worried about you. Being alone in this world, without a family, is bound to be a painful experience. While everyone wishes a family like the Winged Cavaliers could help soothe the pain, nothing compares to real blood ties, right? The fact that you still have someone in this world makes me feel truly happy for you. Big sis Siswa, you're always like this. Can't help with that. I'm a doll after all. Siswa lets out a self-depreciating chuckle and shakes her head. Viola gazes at Pazel with a pleading look, but he simply holds onto her shoulder and orders a subordinate to head to the workshop behind the camp. The large quantity of weapons and valuable machinery stored there are what Pavel came for. Your frame needs repair, or you'll suffer a critical failure soon. Why didn't you retreat along with the others? Because I still have questions for you. And I have the right to not answer. Oh, not planning to spare us that luxury, Mr. Winner. As long as Li Shui is still around, I don't consider this a victory. Plus, it's not like I need something that hollow from you. I'm just here to achieve my original goal, as simple as... Your original goal? I need the Pegasus. So, Dilu, you really want to die in this hill, huh? Because the Pegasus was our father's creation. But because there are no records of it could be found in the URNC's archives, our parents were prosecuted. Huh? If that's indeed the case, why would you assume Lilith and I would have refused to help you out? Would you still do the same if I told you that my parents worked for Griffin's enemies? The war's over. C-Suite gently shakes her head. She then steps forward, but her once steady steps now falter. We always sought coexistence, even with our former enemies. Not to mention, Griffin is no more. Lisa and I are just two dolls without an owner, searching for our commander. So, I refuse to believe that's your real motivation, at least not entirely. I trust that what Viola told me was the truth, but Pavel, you've got other goals besides saving your father, don't you? Precisely. My ambition lies further beyond, to turn Cliffwatch Town into a second Makash. No, something even greater than that. Excuse of a town run by nothing but Shep Fabin's proxies. If it weren't for you meddling, I would have accomplished that long ago. You and that meddling horse. You're not even cut out to be a good villain. What? You're making fun of me, you damn clank. We fought real villains under the commander. So we can tell real villains from wannabes. If you really were one, I wouldn't have told everyone to just leave. Pavel stares at the doll in shock. With her power draining and body damaged, her eyes are losing focus and her speech modules barely holding up. And yet, even in the state, her likeness still sends a primal chill down Pavel's spine, as if you're a prey. Prey means a predator. If you really were one, I'd have stopped you, even if that meant putting everyone's lives on the line and sacrificing both me and Li Shui. Because I can't, and I won't let the commanders face another enemy like that. So it's a good thing you're not, don't you think? But you're never becoming a hero like the commander either. You'll simply be Viola's big brother, and that's enough, right? Big sis Zisui, stop, let me check. Zisui gently sways her body as if Viola's words are completely over her head. Then, like a broken marionette, she drops to her knees. Even so, she looks up at Viola and Pavel, her lips curled up in a faint, almost mocking manner. Having family, isn't that enough? With your little sister, you won't become a bad person. Isn't that great? Because no matter how hard you try, this path you're on will only make you puppets of damnation. Those words seem to have struck a nerve deep within Pavel. With a groan, he finally draws his gun. But before he can pull the trigger, Zisui collapses entirely. The last spark flickers across her body, the light in her eyes dimming like the setting sun.
预料之中的胜利。不过我认为还可以更加完美。
I could be an ass and just stop here. Make this a 3-part instead of a 2-part thing. I'm really tempted. Getting like lightheaded. I've been sitting too long. Wow, like one enemy there? What the heck?
很遗憾，
What day is it? Saturday right now? Our hearts are one, as you wish. We got how many left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. As Pavel walks into the hall, he contemplates for a second over whether not to step out onto the fancy carpet. For how accustomed he had become to the yellow zones, he almost forgot what the air in the green zones even smells like, and has thus developed a fear bordering on disgust towards all of this lavishness. Is this in the past or the present? But ultimately, he puts his foot forward and walks directly towards the ridiculously large conference table placed in the middle of the carpet. Seated at the head of the table is the very man who holds Pavel's fate in his hands. The man gawks at the table full of delight, like a ravenous lion, only to be struck with great annoyance. Decision paralysis. Oh, okay. This should be in the past. Oh, here you are. Please tell me you're showered. It's an honor to be received by you in person, sir. I had completed a thorough personal hygiene routine. Oh boy. Yeah, good. Come sit down. Yeah, right there. By the way, I've got some good news and bad news for you. The bad news is your mother died in prison last month. What? Pavel braces himself against such earth-shattering revelation and stares at the man who just delivered the news with such nonchalance. There's neither malice nor sympathy in Ruik's voice. Nothing but the kind of impatience reserved for trivial, time-wasting matters. The burly and rude man shifts to a more comfortable position and looks at Pavel. The good news is, your father's still kicking. Guess it all comes down to how tough you are. If that's so. As R&D officers of the Neo-Soviet Union, your parents had their heyday. Shame that world today doesn't really trust people like them kindly. Doesn't really treat people like them kindly, isn't it? That's not something like someone like me ought to comment on. However, my parents were just following orders. They opposed the peace agreement and the restoration of diplomatic relations because my father believed it was nothing but a blatant betrayal of the martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the war. All a sugar-coated lie. Sure, but that's all in the past now. No need to waste any time on all that rhetoric. I've got another meeting to go attend. I called you over because I heard you've been putting in good work in the Yellow Zone, pulling strings everywhere, trying to clear your father's name, right? You flatter me. My parents, my father, the allegations against them, we've completely baseless. Claims like embezzling research funds for supporting terrorism, those allegations only persist because the NSU archives are still declassified. Or still classified, sorry. And since my father worked at OKB Smolin, right? You know about it? Look, kid. Stop bribing URNC officials. It's pointless. You'll never prove your father's innocence to the URNC or the New Order. Or that Griffin Leon's motherfucker. For God's sake. There are simply too many fall guys like your old man, all crying foul play, all trying to clear their names. But if you can somehow prove OKB Smolin actually existed, and those projects weren't some made-up fantasy, then perhaps Gerard's influence can help him regain his freedom sooner rather than later. I understand. Thank you so much. How can I repay you? Everything. That facility, all the equipment and research data in it, we'll take everything. Also, I know you've had a hand in arms trafficking. Here's a list of who you can, can't, and must sell it to. No more guesswork from now on. As someone might say, the Yellow Zone needs some rules. Understood. I'll do my best. Faced with Ruik's outrageous demands, Pavel only bows his head. He knows he stands no chance at the moment. No matter how crass Ruik looks, he could easily crush Pavel and the innocent Viola with a mere twitch of his finger. Here's some advice. Start looking for your father's research. There's gotta be something unless he really was just an inept, corrupt official. Gerard will give you some startup funds, plus surplus equipment seized by the URNC. That said, I'd be a mistake to treat this as an investment. Think of it more as the time your father's left. Should you fall ill to bring back what I want in due course, I'm afraid you'll really end up an orphan. I won't disappoint you, sir. Alright, you can go now. Let me quickly go over the plan. I'll draw the enemy's attention from the front, use this chance to circle around and infiltrate the warehouse. All these Sangus units must have control server acting as the root of their management systems. Destroy that, and they'll be done for. We need to seek out War Master Strategist's whereabouts. The War Master is no doubt in grave shape. But the strategist undoubtedly has a plan. So long as the silver liver of hope remains, the hero shall never give up on their compatriots. Lastly, whatever's inside that server we brought, blowing it up now will surely save us a lot of trouble. Although I'd still appreciate an opportunity to speak with Mr. Pavel, rescuing Dilo and your comrades comes first. Let's move. Bang, bang, bang. Lishi knocks out several Goliaths moving along their patrol path, triggering a chain reaction. Taking advantage of when the automaton's visions are obscured by the dust kicked up aloft, Deshevnia and Faline slip into the base while the Lishi plans how further draw the enemy's attention. Deshevnia, Faline, everything's proceeding as planned. Yes? We're in, General. Yes, we're heading toward the warehouse. Now it's up to you to keep their attention off us, Lishi. Got it. Lishi takes a deep breath and pops out of cover. Hey everyone, look over here. Bang bang. Following rapid trigger pulls, several light automatons go down instantly. The alerted sentries all direct their guns towards Lishi and immediately start shelling her position. At the same time, Deshevnia and Faline proceed rapidly towards the warehouse coordinates. In order to remain concealed, they move through a narrow corridor, formed by containers. I think I just heard something. Faline stops abruptly. Deshevnia, watch out above! Ah! Almost as soon as Faline shouts out, Deshevnia raises her rifle and fires. Bang. The bullet punches through the core of the automaton hidden at the top of the container before it has the chance to alert others. Phew, that was close. True to the keen senses of Eurus Foxmaiden, thou saw the malice mired in Shadow's night. Oh, my friend doesn't have that kind of feature. But Faline flicks her ears perplexed. It is kind of strange. Even with Lishi drawing their attention, there's far too few sentries near the warehouse. Who's to say the Demon King's minions shan't find themselves wanting of ammunition? Look, the treasured treasury of the Demon King stands before us. Coming into view is a warehouse looming in shadows. The two pick up their pace and reach its entrance under the cover of smoke. The electronic lock of the door is flashing red. It's locked? Foxmaiden, step back. Deshevnia raises her gun and fires at the lock's control panel. Bang. As the lock was racked, the heavy door creaks ajar, followed by the dolls kicking it wide open. Don't move. Hand over our stuff. As well as the War Master and the War Mount. Eh? Faline sweeps across the warehouse, but the scene of the Pegasus towing the server and a panicking Pavel she envisioned is but a fleeting illusion. Instead, sunlight pours in through the ceiling vents, illuminating drifting dust. Only silence greets them. Deshevnia freezes awkwardly in place with her gun held in a weird pose. It's empty. Oh no! Despite their lightning-fast reaction, the heavy blast door still slams shut behind them, sealing their way out. Deshevnia immediately aims to the vent, blasting up an exit with a few shots. At the same time, explosions go off beneath their feet. Deshevnia grabs Faline and throws her at the vent. Just in time before the floor collapses. Foxmaiden, I leave the rest to thee! Wait! Before she can even finish, Faline sees Deshevnia fall into the swarm of combat automatons empty-handed. Still, Deshevnia cracks the head unit of one by trying to backstab her wide open with her elbow, while sending another one trying to tackle her flying with a kick. Even with her covering fire, Faline can't stop Deshevnia from being overwhelmed and dragged away. She then escapes through the blown open vent onto the roof. Taking advantage of the distraction, she drops the few automatons given chase to Lishi and waves her at her. It was a trap! They got Deshevnia! I'm coming. Lishi slings her rifle and leans into their sprint. Using disabled Sanguis doll as a springboard, she hops onto the roof and grabs Faline's hand. Together, they land back in the warehouse and make short work of a few stragglers. We're low on ammo. Let's rescue Deshevnia and pull out. Yeah, we can't lose her at all. I'll take point, you cover me. After a fierce resistance, Deshevnia's frame starts to shower cracks from the damage and her joints are overheating. Her skills and specs have kept her going thus far, but the overwhelming odds are bound to prevail eventually. The short-haired doll bites her teeth, looking for the opportunity for a last Hail Mary. Just as her arm is about to be torn off, an Aegis Deadeye, developed using Sangus Fairy's technology, suddenly fires. The scorching energy beam instantly vaporizes several of its allies' cores. On the opposite side, 2 claymores turn their blade on their allies, impaling the bulwark that was tearing Deshevnia apart, freeing the latter. The unexpected development feels strangely familiar, and Deshevnia excitedly utters that fondly given nickname. Strategist? The Sanguis dolls do not respond, only just for her to follow. Come this way. You wish for me to follow thee? Lead the way, O strategist! Under the automaton's lead, they fight through several blast doors, ultimately reaching a large open space where Sweeper is being held. Her joints have been disabled, and she's chained down like a caged beast. War Master, no! Deshevnia moans and bawls as she drops to her knees, slamming her fist on the ground. How could this happen? But the automatons following her simply walk up, pull out their power cords, and plug them into Sweeper's body. Moments later, the elite Sanguis Fairy doll's eyes light up once more, and she immediately throws Deshevnia a sharp look despite her frail state. I'm not dead yet. Get me out of here. Well, could this variable be the great spell of resurrection? It's called recharging. These units don't have much juice left. I need to get myself back to... A hail of bullets rains down on their position. The friendly automatons jump in to shield the two and are instantly shredded to pieces. Deshevnia reacts right away, despite not even recognizing the source of the inspiration for her next actions. Perhaps such instinctual impulse once came to her in a dream. Or rather somewhere deeper than her level 2. She picks up Sweeper's frame by her legs, using the blade protruding from her forehead to impale an enemy's automaton's cores. What? Internet? What's internet? With her limbs locked in place, Sweeper turns her head around and sees her body being swung around like a sword by Deshevnia. One after another, enemies are cleaved in half through their combined effort. Don't worry, War Master. We'll fight as one. Who wants to fight as one with you? I don't want to be the sword. Deshevnia, I want to be one with the sword. Sweeper, I don't want to be the sword. Take this. Super move, Sanguis Fairy, War Master Hurricane Slash. Hey, quit spinning me around. Deshevnia, you think you're a boomerang or something? There's an opening at 2 o'clock. Should we try to stage an outbreak there? As you wish, War Master. I'll lead you out of this nest of devils. Despite their Griffin days being ages ago, Aishui and Faline advance with flawless coordination. Covering one another, they press forward with maximum efficiency, searching for Deshevnia's whereabouts. Their effort is soon rewarded as Deshevnia can be seen breaking through their automatons while swinging Sweeper around, now heading toward their direction. General, Flux Maiden, I found the War Master! Don't swing around like that! Ah! Is she swinging someone? It's the long story, but she's our comrade. Now, do we retreat or do we keep searching for Diva in the control module? Right, Nixie, where's the server we brought? Katus was working on it, but without Pavel's key, taking over a few units is our absolute limit. But nothing we do then. Let's retreat. I have a bad feeling about this. As if this were all part of Pavel's scheme to lure us in. War Master, is the strategist still inside you? Don't worry about that, idiot. And could you put me down first? After a hard-fought breakthrough, 3 dolls and 1 sword finally escape, making their way back to their ATVs. We made it! This many skirmishes in one day may prove too much, even for the hero. I can barely fathom the battles the General and Khan normally endure. Could it be because of this? This is the Demon King's lair? We've clashed with Pavel before, but I had no idea he had this many Sangus machines. I wonder if he received outside help, or worse. As they converse, Stupor regains control of her full body with Lishi's help and slowly sits up. Deshevnia, I shall never forget that humiliation I just suffered. War Master? We can still talk this through. Quit messing around. What do you do? What did you do for Pavel, Nixie? I reactivated that control module for him. That's it. His encryption key mentions something called a Pegasus, a mechanical walker. It's a decent machine, but nothing to write home about. I think he's after what's inside the prototype storage. Logs, data, coordinates, whatever. Even though we've come this far, I still can't believe their friend is a Sangus Dill. Last time we fought alongside them was still under commander. Hey, please don't forget about me. Nice to meet you, Miss Lishi. I'm Fitusa, the commander's favorite, as well as Nixie's manager. Stop popping out randomly. You done with your job or what? Give me some time, okay? I need to greet our new friend first. Nice to meet you, Miss Fitusa. Strategist, what have you been up to? Helping you. Remember those automatons that I took control of? I also recorded the entirety of that glorious combination bayonet maneuver of yours. Anyways, we need to regroup fast. I saw in Pavel's plan that his forces are gathered around Miss Lishi's outpost. Only now, Lishi remembers to check her communicator that had been jammed while they were in Pavel's base. A message from Zisui? Wing Cavalier's outpost has been attacked. Blast it! We must return at once!
预料之中的胜利。不过我认为。
Touchstone. Your worthless gold or dross will be tested in fire and conflict. Where do they leave off? Our hearts are one, as you wish. Okay. In the kitchen, Zisui is full of energy, busy cooking one dish after another. Yet all of a sudden, she feels as if she's lost all motivation. She unties her apron and steps outside. Standing by the doorway, she closes her eyes and enjoys the breeze. Winds blowing by seem to whisper memories of the past. FNC and SPAS 12, arguing over who should rule the cafeteria. Someone jokingly shouts, "AK-15 is the true Master Chef," and everyone bursts into laughter. Zisui smiles too. Zisui? What's wrong? Feeling tired? Not at all. So, have you made up your mind? Do we leave and keep looking for the commander, or do we stick around to make sure everyone here can at least survive? If it's the latter, we'll need at least 2 years to build this place up. We won't be able to focus on finding the commander then. Is it really okay to leave that decision to me? It's your money. Of course it's your call. Or are you planning to leave it to me? I want to see the commander. I really do. But whenever I think about what would happen once we left, that these people won't be able to fend off the elites, that whatever little supplies they could scavenge will be plundered by bandits, I just can't bring myself to leave this place. I'm sorry, Zisui, but I must stay. At least until the people of Cliffwatch Town can look after themselves. That's a great call. I'm all for it. But aren't you just reminiscing about Griffin earlier? It's not as if we'll never be able to see everyone again. We're just delaying that day a little longer. Plus, we'll even earn the commander's approval if we help more people out. It's just the right thing to do. Can I really handle this? I'm far from competent. Unlike Miss Springfield or 416, who are such great aid to the commander. Let's start learning today. Install every management plugin and operations module you can find. But we're still just dolls. While people are willing to bear with us now, do you think they'll continue to accept our leadership in the long run? Well, if they don't, we'll just leave and go find the commander like we planned from the beginning. It's a win-win for us either way. C-Suite, you're amazing. It's like nothing phases you. Not at all. I just believe that as long as people can sit still at the same table and eat together, no conflict is too great to resolve. A full stomach is a happy population. The dining table is a place of warmth. The more people are seated, the warmer it is, provided there's enough food for everyone to feast on. Let's work hard, starting right now, Li Shui. First we need a big enough table, then we'll fill it with everyone's favorite dishes. If something sad, upsetting, or unbearable happens, we'll smile and set it at the table, together, as one family. I really miss those meals with the commander around. I'm gonna cook up a feast and stuff him full once we find him. Even after some time, Pavel has yet to recover from the anxiety induced by the situation, alarmingly staring at the doll on the ground. For his past self, dolls are nothing more than high-performance machines. No matter how human they act, imitations are what they'll be forever known as. But just a moment ago, in those brief moments before she shut down, this doll evoked in him a sense of dread that not even that Rurik Gerard managed. A true sense of dread that encompassed his existence. That what that mere doll might be was his better. Now, that T-doll who evoked that emotion, that inferiority he doubtfully felt, lies motionless, her working fluid pouring out like blood and slowly seeping into the ground. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Pavel shivers uncontrollably, fear and anger mixed into the adrenaline driving his muscles forward as he raises his gun and makes a beeline towards Zisui. Enough, big brother. Move aside, Viola. Can't you see? She's already out of order. I won't forgive you if you keep hurting her, even if you're my brother. You've gotten attached to a doll. Have you forgotten? Griffin has always been part of those who mashed Mom and Dad's dream. These two might have very well served as their henchmen back then. You're not wrong. But they also saved your life. So now you want to be friends with them again? Even dolls aren't that naive, Viola. There are consequences for betrayal, you know. It's something you'll never outrun for the rest of your life. Since I owe the success of this operation to you, I'll let it slide this time, but I hope you can remember what all our efforts have been for. I know. Go get some rest. We've got a lot on our plates next. I already found the coordinates of OKB Smolin inside Pegasus Mark I's database. It's not far from here. Once we find the facility and get in touch with the conglomerate, Dad'll finally be free. But Big Brother? That obnoxious old geezer from Gerard, that Rurik, isn't he already dead? Will the conglomerate still need us? Of course not. Nor would they want a crumbling facility in the middle of the Yellow Zones, unless it's really hiding something extremely valuable, like secret blueprints or equipment of some sort. However, before he died, all of the data the OKB had to offer really piqued Mr. Rurik's interest. A number of high-ranking URNC officials once held a position there, which means the conglomerate must be looking for leverage they could use to blackmail them. And if that's not enough, I've got other plans that do not rely on the conglomerate. Brother, did you make deals with someone else as well? With a spoiled rich kid, yes. But at least you're somewhat reasonable. As long as I can prove myself useful, getting Dad's conviction overturned is a piece of cake with his connections. Of course, nothing comes without a price tag. For that, I need enough influence to be seen as worthwhile in the eyes of the conglomerate. Given how fast the NSU fell apart, the production lines and manufacturing tools in the OKB must still be intact. Once I take control of those, I won't be some random nobody anymore. As long as everything goes according to plan, Cliffwatch will be the first step towards my future empire. And then I'll stop being a pawn and finally become a player on the board. When that day comes, I'll get to free Dad on my own terms. That's right. I'm a player, not a pawn. I just lack the power now. Only the powerless become puppets. Viola looks at her brother with a heavy heart. It's clear that he's trying to convince himself more than his sister. You get it now? I planned everything out. Just listen to your big brother, and we can get our home back. Okay, brother. I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. Sweeper, Dushevnia, Feline, and Leash managed to commandeer an off-road vehicle. Driven by Dushevnia, and with the encouraging Sweeper perched on her shoulders, they head towards Winged Cavalier's outpost. The terrain quickly proves more challenging to traverse than expected for such a vehicle, especially when compared to the Steel Steed's mobility. Soon, the four ditch the car and continue on foot. The prolonged journey makes Liush increasingly anxious. She repeatedly attempts to reach Zisui until the moment a contact offline alert pops up. What? Liushi, who was leading the group, stumbles and drops to her knees. Feline and Dushevnia rush to help her up. Zisui's signal. It's gone. Damn it! Does she have backups? Yes, but we've been so busy lately. Zisui took care of a lot of things in my stead. It's been a while since she last backed up. If her core gets destroyed, she'll lose a lot of memories. If only I'd stayed at the outpost. Stop, Lishui. Basti taught me this before. The moment you start thinking of what ifs, there'll never be an end to it. So let's leave that until everything's over. Feline. Lishui looks at the doll even more smaller than her and nods. Noticing her shivering, Feline gently holds her hand. Dushevnia instead turns around and gives Lishui a motherly embrace. Even with the metallic arm's overwhelming force triggering her pain sensors, Lishui accepts this warmth. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Oh, what a touching moment. Let's join in them, Nixie. Shut up. If it wasn't your fault that things went up to shit creek in the first place. Hey, don't blame me for all this mess, or I'll send that footage of you being used as Corrosion Doll Blade number 25 to the commander. Don't you dare. Anyway, with our current circumstances, we don't have enough firepower to retake the outpost. The commander said we can call for Elma backups when we need it. I think it's the right time to do that. Asking a human for help? That's an utter disgrace. Don't you have any pride? In the current situation, even one or two more dolls is all it takes to turn things around. Get us Voimastina and she can handle them all. We can't rely on Voimastina every time. Besides, she's on a mission of her own. Let's call Klukai over. Oh, and as long as we keep the commander in the dark about this, it doesn't count as asking for help, does it? That works, I guess. While the dolls argued, Li Shui's communicator suddenly beeps again. That's a Winged Cavalier's distress signal? Li Shui pulls herself through the pain of losing Zisui in response to the signal. Damn it, this truck is such a pain to drive. Shut up, keep driving or we'll end up down there. Ah, it's our Hellraider! Racing at full speed through the mountain road, they see the truck full of doll frames driven by the two Winged Cavaliers, mechanics being chased by a horde of Elids. Loka, Ivana! It's the boss, thank God we're saved! Lishui doesn't hesitate and charges straight at the enemies. Feline and Dushevnia immediately follow suit. I'm all out, Sweeper, you're up! Perfect timing. I've been itching to do this. Leave them all to me. Combat. Nope, I should have changed her out. We just said we don't need her help.
算会受伤，这后个月立地成地。渡别曲，
逃得掉吗？尽快结束。
我想要
Christmas tree.
帮助大家。
We're saved, as expected, the boss and her comrades. Oh, Hellraiser, I've missed you. Stop giving the truck nicknames, you dark. Now you get upset if it gets blown up. Luca, Ivana, are you alright? Where's everyone else? Realizing there are only two of them, Yushui clenches her fists. With anxiety and fear crawling out of her face, she dreads the worst-case response she's about to hear. Everyone's fine. Really? We need to regroup quickly. Where are they now? But they all left. Left? They abandoned you and Zisui? No, of course not. We didn't want to end up like this either, but when Luca and I proposed we should go find you, someone said there's no way we could win without our weapons or steeds. Many others agreed. No one wanted to take further risks, so they just disbanded. I see. See? That's human nature for y'all. When things get tough, they only think of themselves and always run away and hide. All the more so if that's all for the sake of a doll. The one with the black blade stuck in your head, skull. Keep your mouth shut if you ain't got nothing nice to say. Every winged cavalier has the utmost respect for our bosses. They were just shaken, afraid. Besides, Yvonne and I are still here. As long as we're around, the winged cavalier stands. Once we regroup with Boss Isui, everything will work out in the end. Who are you calling a knifehead? Calm down, he didn't say that. Isui. She closes her eyes, reminiscing about the partner who had always stood by her side. She feels as if she's regressed to her old Griffin self, unable to do anything without relying on the commander and others. It'll take a lot of time to buy weapons now. Maybe hire a PMC then? Better yet, let's hire all of them. Right. We need to fix Isui first. We'll use the best frame available this time. Ryushi? Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. I can do this. Even without everyone. I can do this because I'm not alone anymore. Not alone. Of course, General. Seeing her panic, Deshevnia grabs Ryushi's shoulders and forces her to lock eyes. You've still got us. We're all the commander's dolls. The heroes shan't ever abandon their comrades. General, we fight as one. Commander's dolls. Right, the commander didn't fight for our freedom just for us to wallow in self-pity. At least she closes her eyes again, takes a deep breath, then exhales. Dolls have no need to breathe, but her mind naturally imitates the method a certain someone uses to find his composure. Let's head back first. We need to confirm Zisui's condition and the outpost situation. We'll see what we've got, then decide what to do next.
接下来的目标是
When the bugle calls, the cavalry echoes across the sky. It means that hope is at hand. Clarion. So... The Winged Cavaliers and Mr. Pavel's PMC. I invited you over today because both of you recently proposed your own arrangements regarding Cliffwatch's town's future. As your contribution to the town speaks for themselves, I hope we can set aside our differences and work together, reaching an ideal consensus here today. Miss Liush, while the resources and capital at your disposal are impressive, you seem rather inexperienced in matters of management. Your Winged Cavaliers have failed to expand at the same rate as the town's growth. I'm afraid this will only lead to your inability to keep up with increasing security demands in the near future. My PMC, on the other hand, can adapt as needed and form a stable, mutually beneficial relationship with Cliffwatch Town. What you're saying is that you want to recruit the town's residents into your PMC, right? No, I'm talking about a comprehensive partnership agreement. Land rights, authority to conduct military operations, economic privileges, and so on. I see. Why, that's quite ambitious for someone of your age, Mr. Pavel. But how exactly would that benefit Cliffwatch Town? Choice. I don't think I need to remind you how rare it is to be able to choose for yourself in the other zones. But Kosh people spend their days slaving away at the factory. Veles people fish corpses from beneath the ice sheets to survive, and so forth. And so far, Cliffwatch has survived solely on its old mining industry and scavenging scraps. I have the necessary connections to bring major corporate backing. Building new production lines suited to this place is something the Orleg conglomerate has been planning for a long time. They're just waiting for the right opportunity. When the time comes, I plan to invest in arsenals, military academies, and training centers. In return, everyone gets a job and everyone gets to fill their stomach. What do you say, Mayor? That sounds really appealing. Cliffwatch could really use... No, it doesn't, Mr. Pavel. What? What? I'll fund Cliffwatch Town. We'll build schools, hospitals, repair roads, and ensure safe passage for all. We all know this place has abundant mineral resources. The refineries from the NSU era only fell out of use because they've been ravaged by elites and vandalized by bandits. I'll restore all of them, secure trade deals with the other regions, and bring in more diverse industries. More importantly, all of this will be in the hands of Cliffwatch Town itself. No outsider will have management authority or be able to meddle with any of it. Is this some kind of joke? Do you have any idea how long it'll take for that kind of investment to break even? Yeah, Miss Liushi, what kind of return do you expect from doing that? I don't expect anything in return. You don't need anything? Oh, I see. So money isn't what you're after. Then perhaps you're looking for something more political? Say, special privileges? The only privilege I want is for you to respect the Wing Cavalier's autonomy. We're here to ensure safe passage through the mountain roads. We don't need anything else. We will not force conscription either. Anyone who genuinely wants to join is free to come whenever they want, as well as leave whenever they want. Well then, Miss Luce, let's take a short break first. Sure, okay. Liushi nods calmly, completely unsuspecting of any schemes at play while the mayor and Pavel step outside. The moment they leave the mayor room, the mayor turns to Pavel with a bitter expression. Well, Mr. Pavel, while I'd really love to support the conglomerate, no offer, no matter how good it is, can compete with something that's literally free. If money can't change your people's mind, what about fear? There'd have to be something so petrifying that it would paralyze even the bravest of us. I doubt you can achieve that. Miss Liushi has done so much for the people of Cliffwatch Town these past 2 years that we trust her almost unconditionally. She knows every resident by name, and she personally helped every one of them. And no, it's not all about her wealth. She would attend every single one of our weddings, funerals, would laugh and cry with us. Most of us have already forgotten she's even a doll. Why don't you just say what you want to say, Mr. Mayor? I'm afraid our choice will disappoint the conglomerate, and Cliffwatch Town will miss this opportunity for prosperity. What a foolish choice. Maybe she still has money now, but her purse will eventually run dry. Have you ever considered what to do then? Well, just follow me, Mr. Mayor. You need to think rationally for the sake of the town. Get it? Rationally. That's why the URNC appointed you, don't you think? Back inside, Liushi sits neatly, smiling at the two men's return. Miss Liushi, we've definitely seen what you're capable of. But might I ask you one thing? Why are you doing all this? To free this place from poverty. I'm content as long as Cliffwatch Town becomes a wonderful place for people to call home. A home? That's it? That's it? Huh? I don't know where your luck of money came from, but you're a complete joke. And what makes you say that, Mr. Pavel? You think humans are just like dogs? Feed them and they'll become loyal? See you as their friend, their idol, their hero? I've never once thought that way. I already have a hero, and no one can replace him. That's because you know jack shit about humans. You're just keeping them hoodwinked with food, water, and shelter. The moment you fail to deliver on any of that, they'll turn their backs and leave you behind. No matter how much you've done for them, no matter how grateful they seem now, eventually, their own instincts will become their priority. And all they'll think about is how you haven't given them enough. At that point, a little temptation, a little coercion, is all it takes for them to betray you, backstab you, leaving you with nothing. If that happens, I'll quietly take my leave. After all, I never considered this as where my journey ends. Mayor, you said she laughed and cried alongside you, but that's just her programmed responses. She never truly felt those emotions. See how she can just walk away and leave everything behind, despite seemingly having poured her heart and soul into it? Because it's all meaningless to her at the end of the day. And when you lose everything, Miss Liushi, I bet you won't feel a thing either. I doubt you'll ever understand what home truly means, no matter how much you waxed lyrical about it. Mayor, I'll be going now. Okay, take care. Jumping onto the truck, the group returns to the Winged Cavalier's outpost. To their surprise, Pavel is nowhere to be found. He merely stripped the outpost of all turrets, equipment, and weapons in the arsenal, leaving behind a barren and empty base. So certain that no one would bother to stick around afterwards, or think that the remaining Cavaliers posed a little threat without their trusted steeds, Pavel simply left with all his men. Damn it, they even took everything from the workshop. Those vultures. All those years of hard work. Where's Liushi? She's in the command room, but she's not letting anyone in because of Boss Isui. Those bastards. I'll never forgive Viola, or that bastard Pavel. Faline hesitates for a moment before pulling out a communicator and dialing a familiar contact. Sorry, Liushi and everyone. I'll have to make the call for us all. Even if that bears us in front of the Master, I can't let Liushi suffer like this. Yeah, Faline. What's up? Basti, I have to tell Master something. Is it about Liushi and the scummy PMC guy? Yeah, it's about Liushi and the scum... What? Wait, you already know? The chef and Fitusa were on call with Darling for the last hour and a half. I heard them asking permission to send out Defy and Order 4 to help level the entire town of Cliffwatch or something. Where have you been? After receiving the data transmitted by Deshevny and Fetusa, I tasked Lorelei, Leva, and Helen with digging up more intel on the matter. With the data obtained by Fetusa and Sweeper to support our findings, Leva achieved a breakthrough. Project Pegasus, one of the many NSU military R&D programs that was eventually scrapped after its merger with the URNC. Enough units to equip 11 platoons were produced, all low-rate initial production models. Each troop has one leader, paired with 32 dummies. Of the 11 troops, 10 were written off or already disposed of. Only one's whereabouts are currently unknown. The project was entirely led by OKB Smolin, a covert facility not listed in any official NSU registries. Out of its numerous projects, including but not limited to various models of mechanical walkers like the Pegasus, armored vehicles, and helicopters, none have any recorded combat history. As for the lead designer of OKB Smolin, his name is Dr. Nikolai Smolin. He was a strong advocate for incorporating Sanguis Ferry technology into the NSU military. His wife helped him complete the research on many of his programs, including the Pegasus. But ultimately, the NSU became part of the URNC before any fruit of his labors ever saw service. Everything related to OKB Swollen was erased from the archives, including the facility's location. Mr. and Miss Smolin were later arrested on charges of political corruption. On the surface, he's a dissident who conspired against the government. Embezzled research funds, misappropriated state property. But these are all, of course, trumped up charges based solely on testimony, and with little to no evidence to back them up. Dr. Smoland was merely a scapegoat for those powerful figures who had taken the wrong side during the internal political strife of the time. They used him to erase any ties they had to the old Soviet military. After his arrest, all his property was made forfeit, and his children seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. While serving his sentence, numerous testimonies from his former students and colleagues led to repeated extensions of his term. So Pavel and Viola are Mr. Olin's Viola as well? Ain't that obvious? Pavel Smolin, a mere PMC operator and underground broker, couldn't have rapidly risen to such prominence in this region of the L-Zone without the ample support from Gerard Group. Of course, he reciprocated the Group Convert's favor by playing a major role in expanding its influence in the region. He's been on quite a roll going around the L-Zones. The fact that he's so utterly obsessed with Cliffwatch Town and Liushi's ponies could only mean one thing. Cliffwatch Town was originally most likely a closed city, housing administrative and research facilities at the OKB Smolin, which explains why Liushi found the Pegasus in the vicinity, and located inside the Pegasus data storages are coordinates for the main production facility of OKB Smolin. You're saying that Pavel did all this to clear his father's name? Then why is he picking on Liushi and the others? It's not hard to see why. Liushi and her winged cavaliers are a force of justice and righteousness. Do you think she'd allow the conglomerate to sully the town she's done everything to protect? Well, I definitely wouldn't. Besides, even if he can't save his father right away, Pavel's most definitely planning to take advantage of the machinery and the equipment left in the facility to build an even more powerful army to rule over the Elizones. At that point, he would have no choice but to strengthen his ties with the conglomerate, just like George would for Makash. Liushi is an obstacle he will have to face sooner or later. Right, Master. Can you give Liushi some comforting? She's been through a lot. Darling's comforting can be really dangerous. If Liushi's neuroclock gets bricked, they'll fall in line with you, Faline. Hey, can we stop with this melodrama? The melodramatics are going on. But indeed, it's not yet time for me to get involved. If she were still a member of Griffin, a subordinate of mine, I'd make sure to reassure her right away. No need to be in such a hurry, is there? Oh, you bet some are going to get the wrong idea if the commander starts being too kind to one specific doll. She's a leader herself now. She should rely on her own subordinates, rather than me in times like this. But everyone's already left. Only Zisui, Luca, and Ivana are still here. You mean it should be us to comfort her instead? Call me naive or whatever, but I still have faith in those people. Let's wait a little longer. Deshevnia, I'll hinder Meiling on call to assist the Z-Suite's repairs. The operation is in your capable hands. Gotcha. The hero will surely bring the Khan back to the pink of health. The Khan? Vitusa, the airborne beacon squad will soon to be in range to support you. ETA 12 hours. We contact the bugs to adjust the signal. Okie dokie. That means we can chat with little Zoe too. Faline, I'll leave Leash to you. If the situation becomes too much to handle, the closest backup you can call on is Hyde 404 Team B. Yes, Master. With help from Fetusa, Deshevnia works on Zisui's injuries. According to this engineer called Mei Ling, someone hastily patches up Zisui's body after she is critically damaged, preventing her core from suffering irreversible degradation. At least we can only think of one such person who could have and would have done that. Despite both Faline and Deshevnia wanting to comfort her, Lishui still requests that she and Zisui be left alone until the latter wakes up. Whew. Zisui, it's just you and I again. Just like when Griffin dissolved, or when I left the leaves. I've always wanted a home. But what even is a home, exactly? She closes her eyes and holds her partner's hand. Over the years, she had long buried her old, vulnerable self, and carried on with a sense of duty strong enough to bear the weight of everyone's lives. But even after everything they've been through, this was still far too excruciating for her to bear. So when Zisui, someone who always supported and encouraged her, unconditionally was around, she felt as if she could indulge in some of the lackadaisical whimsy she had 10 years ago. After Miss Liu passed, her inheritance was bequeathed to me. But living alone in that huge mansion got very, very lonely. So I hired other dolls to keep me company, despite being a doll myself. Ridiculous. It's all just ridiculous. That's how I ended up joining Griffin, fighting alongside the commander and our comrades, and even joining a squad puzzle. Even though there was no shortage of painful and frightening experiences, every day I spent there was happy and fulfilling. And then, everyone was gone, and the empty Griffin became terrifying. The bright halls, once filled with laughter and joy, became dark and somber. Only my own footsteps echoing through them. It was scary. It was to escape that fear, that unease, that I came to the Yellow Zone. I thought I found others just like me. People afraid of loneliness and long for a home. A single crystal clear teardrop falls onto Zisui's hand, and Lishui, holding back her sobs, murmurs softly, I never wanted any gratitude. I never thought I needed the commander's praise either. What hero, what great deeds. It's all so surreal to me. I'm simply passing on what I was given to those that are in need. Isn't that the right thing to do? But Zisui, at least, please, don't leave me. Please don't betray me. Don't lie to me. Don't leave me alone in the dark. You're really such a crybaby, Lishui. Zisui! The sudden response startles Lishui. She looks up to see Zisui wearing a resigned smile. You're fine now. Yeah, it's getting a little noisy for naps. Man, you guys just won't give me a break. Noisy? Can't you hear it? If not, listen more closely. Surely you can hear it. Following Zisui's words, Lishui quietly closes her eyes. Perhaps because she had been so deeply focused earlier, her auditory module had filtered out all external sounds. But now Lishui hears it, a faint hum. It's the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. See the Winged Cavaliers arrive, coming down the mountainside. Shining armor and wings, death from above, mark thy enemy. Their enemy kneel. Everyone's back? But why are there so many more voices? Why don't you take a look for yourself? Lishui helps Zisui's newly repaired body up to her feet. Together, they step outside. Greeting the dolls is an unprecedented scene with the nights illuminated by flashlights and torches. Hundreds of people, carrying large quantities of weapons, munitions, and supplies, are converging on the Winged Cavalier's outpost. What's this? Oh, General Khan, you've awakened from your long slumber. The common folk hath grabbed their rights to bear arms, joining the hero's great army. Boss, it's all our comrades. They didn't run away. They realized we didn't stand a chance against Pavel, outnumbered 15-1 back then, so they went around the neighboring towns, delivering speeches and gathering as many like-minded folks as they could. Be it guards from Cliffwatch Town or merchants who had received the Cavalier's help, they all came after hearing what happened to Boss Zisui. We've got over 140 people now, and more yet to follow. Even the mayor's come. They all said the Cavalier had always looked after the people of Cliffwatch. Naturally, they couldn't just stand by and watch us disband. They even brought all the weapons, supplies, and vehicles they could find. Eh? This many? Yeah, how am I supposed to cook up for all of them? Lishui staggers from the shock and slumps to the ground alongside Zisui. Before their eyes lies a scene with a great hustle and bustle. Not unlike a night market. People from not just Cliffwatch, but also various surrounding settlements, camps, and villages have also gathered here. You know what they say about Yellowzone residents? They always be packing something, whether a gun or a whole rocket launcher. I always thought that was just a Cliffwatch thing, but it turns out it's like that everywhere. Everyone just hides a rocket launcher in the Yellowzones. Equipment, supplies, and ammo pile into a small hill in the middle of the outpost. Despite most of it being obsolete, it still serves to hint at Cliffwatch's past as a military facility. The Cavaliers can thus change into their new gear and new weapons. There are 30 men with combat experiences wishing to fight alongside us. But to put everyone in danger because of me? Miss Li Shui, this isn't your first fight anymore. Mr. Mayor? If Pavel takes over, he'll surely forge closer ties with the conglomerate. Considering its relationship with the settlements that have only deteriorated after the Makash incident, it won't be long before violence becomes the only way to settle things. Cliffwatch Town isn't exactly the most well-off settlement out there, but thanks to you, it has enjoyed a relatively peaceful time these past years. We've come to appreciate and value that peace more and more. When you look around and everywhere is war, yeah, that makes sense. Miss Li Shui, you once said you wish for this place to become a beautiful home, but you also said you'll leave sooner or later. Indeed, Mr. Mayor. Well then, Miss Li Shui, do you know what home means? It means a place you can always return to, at any time, for any reason. I understand now. Thank you. Li Shui! Master told me to update you on Pavel and Viola's info. The commander? He's found out what's going on here? Yeah, Master said he trusts you to know what to do, and that you'll definitely come out on top. Is that so? If that's what the commander says. Upon hearing Valine's news, a complex expression crosses Li Shui's face. She pauses to reflect, then nods to Zisui. After asking Dushevnia to help prop up her comrades, she walks into the crowd. Everyone, thank you for risking your lives to stand with us in our darkest hour. The Winged Cavaliers were never about waging wars. The dream we long for had always been riding our steeds freely, not worrying about warfare, and meeting new friends on the hilltops of Cliffwatch. We want prosperity for all, not just ourselves. Wealth for one is wealth for none. Hence we've always shared with our friends, our comrades, our families, so that happiness may find us all. We do not take from others, but if someone tries to plunder what belongs to us, or to our companions, we will fight back, but not because we want to become as greedy, selfish, and unscrupulous as they are, nor because that is the only way to survive. And now I've made the call to attack Mr. Pavel's forces, to thwart his plans, and to keep our homes safe from anyone who dares to try to lay hands on it. The crowd erupts in cheers. Li Shui organizes the original Cavalier members and the veteran volunteers into corresponding squads, while distributing the equipment and supplies as needed. Boss Zisui, it's noon o'clock. What? You want a freshly discharged patient to cook for you? If not you, who else? They even took all we had in the freezer. The only thing left is what Boss Li Shui made last night. Hey, how dare they? I only messed up that one dish. But anyways, do your best to get some rest. We'll head out in 1 hour. Hearing the thunderous cheers, Li Shui smiles and wipes the tears off the corner of her eyes. She turns around and notices Zisui arguing with Dushevnia about which ingredients to use for cooking. Then suddenly asks her, Zisui, Do you remember who patched you up? It was Viola, and I think I heard her say something to me. What did she say? She said that we can't win. Well, I suppose she meant well. She can't exactly betray her brother, but didn't want us to get hurt either. However, how will we ever know unless we try? Encirclement. The light of the flame dyes the pitch-black mountain path a bloody red. I need some water. Okay. Using the coordinates extracted from Dilu, Pavel and Viola lead all their subordinates. A massive force of Sanguis automatons and various automated bots, deep into the darkness of an abandoned mining tunnel on horseback. Although they countered Elids along the way, all were torn to shreds the instant they poked their heads out of their wretched holes. Those feeble creatures stood no chance against such a massive force. Pavel is, however, quite pleased by the presence of Elids. Since no world exists wherein these creatures could coexist with humanity, the presence of such a horde alone indicates that its objective had likely never been discovered by someone else. I see, an abandoned mining tunnel marked as hazardous. That would certainly keep but the most suicidal idiots from wandering into here. Hey boss, these horses are incredible. They even come with built-in radiation sensors and emergency evasion systems. They were designed as frontline military hardware. Features like those are a given. No. Brother, those features were specifically added by Big Sis Lucy because she became worried about everyone's safety. Even his dad's magnum opus, they only became such gentle steeds because everyone in the Cavaliers kept testing and improving upon what Dad started. Viola, I understand that you value loyalty and friendship, but it's time for you to let go of those dolls and the Winged Cavaliers. Even if we did nothing, those two wouldn't last long in today's world. Not with that naivety. There are only two things you can put your trust in: family and power. While Pavel is lecturing Viola, the recon team reports back with an update. Several dolls leading a crowd are rapidly approaching from 6 o'clock. Pavel is baffled. He didn't expect Lishui and Zisui to allow these men to charge into what effectively is certain death. After quickly weighing his options, he gives a hand signal. Set up an ambush along the outer perimeter, wipe them out. Don't let anyone inside. Piece of cake, boss. Just don't forget about the overtime pay. Of course, I'll triple the bonus. Whew. I'd have shot the president for that kind of money. Now get your asses going, rookies. Do they have a president? You mean like the president of the Golden Club? Is there a president of the URNC? I don't remember it saying that. Maybe there is. These Sanguis automatons will take your orders from now on, but if the combat losses exceed 30%, as per our contract, you'll be liable for compensation. So don't expect any bonuses if that happens. It's just a dozen Winged Cavaliers with other steeds. Relax, we won't get your toys damaged. Indeed, Miss Luche, you may hold more wealth than I've ever had, but you don't understand how to use humans. More importantly, you don't know when it's time to discard them, and doing so without hesitation. They're here! Everyone, fall back behind cover. Deshevnia, Faline, Zisui, I'm counting on you. No problem, you focus on commanding. The forces of chaos may outnumber us, but the power of courage and friendship are on our side. Hark our victory shall prevail for the force of good. All of the lines are just too much sometimes. Even if we stand to win, the casualties will be severe. The enemy still holds an overwhelming numerical advantage despite reinforcements of Cliffwatch Town. Miss Lucy, as I discussed earlier, we need to hold positions until the airborne recon arrives. Until then, preventing them from retreating back into the tunnel is all you need to do. Please try drawing as many of Mr. Pavel's men and mechanical units into the open as possible, especially the Sangos machines. The more the better. Understood. Obviously, Commander's stratagems have always been a hobby of mine. Now the time has come for me to employ the very same tactics. Before C-Suite and I left Griffin, Professor Percival once told me, a certain possibility is blooming within the neural clouds of dolls who once served on Commander like you. Now, it's time to put that possibility to the test. I'm sure everyone can do it. Bam, bam. Auto destruction before the fight begins. OP.
为您的亲率举动付出代价，聆听着千军万马之誓。日复一日，立地成冰。
逃得掉吗？快结束！
Bang bang! Intense gunfire tears through the silent night. Muzzle flashes illuminating the dark mountain road with dim crimson glows. Despite their bolstered numbers and high morale, the lack of heavy weaponry and the absence of their steel steeds places the Cavaliers in a difficult spot. It's only thanks to Deshevnia's pinpoint marksmanship, Phalene's high-risk hit-and-run maneuvers, and Liu Shi's deliberate positioning of the humans towards the rear that the front line even manages to get hold. These idiots. Get off your horse if you can't ride. What are you even doing? Now's not the time to rant. There are too many Sangos units on the flank. We can't hold them any longer. Don't let them encircle us. The general's under fire. Go lend her a hand. Khan, leave this to us. C-Suite nods and looks at Lisher's squad, currently enduring heavy bombardment from the front. In that moment, Lisher is still trying to draw enemy fire while covering her comrades, using precise shots to pick off approaching hostiles whenever the opportunity presents. Understood. You two hold the line. The hero would never fall to such paltry for... Stratos, what are you doing? That's number 3 on the Commander's most adorable poses tier list, as ranked by dolls on board the Elma. Perhaps for the first time ever, Deshevnia stares at someone else with a look of utter confusion that is usually reserved for when the others look at her. Vetusta stands fully upright and gazes at the canopy above. Her feet together, both arms raised high to the sky at an angle. Deshevnia watches blankly until a bullet knocks Vetusta to the ground, snapping the doll back to her senses with a squeal. Vetusta, what are you doing? Testing the signal. The beacon should be here any second now. Dear Nixie, cease the distractions. Didn't I tell you before that you couldn't control those Sangos machines because your clearance level is too low? Why are you bringing that up now? Put me in the pilot seat already. Little Foxy there is about to get overrun. Phalene's doing fine. You start trusting your comrades more, you know? You're the odd one here, Nixie. After I took over Sangos machines myself, I realized that the problem wasn't that your clearance level's too low, but rather the designation of sweeper simply does not exist in their database. In other words, they saw you just as another machine running the OGAS protocol, nothing more. So, strictly speaking, you were never officially part of Sangos Ferry. But, what? Oh my, Nixie. Always rambling about Sangos this and Sangos that. My, how can we let such fervent proclamations be fictitious? So up next, I'm going to directly inject the existence of Sweeper into their minds. You can do that? With the beacon's massive bandwidth and everyone aboard the Elmo helping out, yes. Don't you believe me? Just watch. Having completed her overclocking instantly, Vetusta sends a powerful pulse that every doll present could sense rippling across the battlefield. Suddenly, all machines utilize Sangos technology freeze in place. Scouts follow the sky, while Agdis, laying down suppressive fire, suddenly stops moving. Following several seconds of uncanny silence, they slowly turn towards Vetusta. In that very moment, Vetusta hands control the body over to Sweeper. Now, my dear Nixie, it's showtime. She lifts her head and sees the Sangos automatons kneeling reverently, like subjects before a monarch. Even one of Pavel's mercenaries being sent tumbling from a steed by taking a shot to the knee doesn't elicit a reaction in time. Sweeper steps forward, glances over the kneeling Sangos subjects, and flashes a cryptic smile. Fetusa, you truly know what pleases my heart so. Fuck, what's wrong with Sengo's fairy garbage? Figures, shouldn't have trusted outdated junk to begin with. And those horses, why is their performance so shit? What good is performance if you can't use it well? Eh. The mercenary hastily draws his pistol, only to be kicked flying in an instant after Sweeper easily closed the distance. The doll moves like a waltz dancer, effortlessly weaving through the hail of bullets as she knocks the mercenaries off their steeds, one after another. Just as the other mercs attempt to rush into support, they suddenly find themselves like fish in a barrel, as the entire Sengo's fairy force to turn their weapons on their former allies. Well, I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is, your heads will be rolling immediately should you not surrender. And the good news? Sweeper tilts her head and smiles innocently. The good news is, the horses are pretty cute. So, they'll be spared.
愈来不中的声音，还可以更加完美。
The horses are pretty cute. Hunter's Cage. What the prey sees as chaos is nothing but the net cast by the predator. 2 more to go. After capturing Pavel's subordinates and shutting down most of Sengo's automatons against Sweeper's will, the dolls proceed deeper into the mine, flanked by only 2 Aegis units. According to the POWs, Pavel has barely any guards with him, but there's no telling what trouble he might still stir up inside OKB. One may so easily lose their heads in such a treasonous maze. For that, I say, follow in the hero's steps and turn right at every crossroad. No need for that, I'll keep track. Lucy, permission to open fire the moment we make contact. Open fire. They're our enemy now. They also did terrible things to Zisui, didn't they? Yes. General, Zisui, what's wrong? I think she's keeping some to herself. Is it Viola? To face a former comrade on the battlefield, to have to make the orders for their lives, is a choice none ordinary folk can make. However, heed this well. No matter what you choose, Fox Maiden and I will have your back. Say, throw Pavel to the Empire and let justice be his arbiter. Justice? There's no such thing in the Yellow Zone. While I do despise the betrayal, had Viola not stepped in, we would have lost all the precious memories I share with everyone. So, as long as we can stop them from making further mistakes and get Deetha back, there's no need to worry about feelings on this matter, Lishui. That's how your weakness got trampled over. Someone like that will only come back and backstab you if they're spared. You need to rip out the problem completely, roots and all, if you wish to protect those who follow you. Yeah, I really need to consider how to deal with Mr. Pavel and Viola. Lishui ponders. In the past, whenever bandits are caught, she usually handed them over to the local leader. Punishments differ from place to place, and the Yellow Zone as a whole have neither time nor resources to waste on humanitarian considerations. Thus hard later execution usually awaits the convicted criminals. But the actions that Pavel took against the Winged Cavaliers will be a difficult arbitration for the mayor, given both sides' military strength is far greater than that of Cliffwatch Town. Of course, the Winged Cavaliers are undoubtedly the victims. Be it to get back at him, or to rid herself of a potential threat, Lucy has every right to shoot Pavel dead on the spot. But could that really be considered justice? Just as Zisui had told Jeshevnia, justice is an obsolete concept in the Yellow Zones. There's no agreed-upon definition of what justice is. Only one's guided by one's own beliefs. Can I really make the call? Had Deshevnia, Phaelin, and I not chased after Deetha recklessly, maybe the outpost wouldn't have fallen. How's that even your fault? Pavel was right. I was never trained to be a leader. Nor am I too bright when it comes to schemes and myriad manipulations. I've only made it this far, thanks to sheer luck and imitating what the commander did. Do I really have the right to demonstrate and determine someone else's fate? Lishui. Sorry for spouting such discouraging words at a time like this. Li Shui shakes her head, stating to everyone that she's made up her mind. At the very least, she understands that she shouldn't shake everyone else's resolve at a time like this. But to the bewilderment that renders her heart asunder stays her feet, and before she realizes, Li Shui has fallen behind the group. Suddenly, one of the two Aegis units turns towards her and poses a question filled with concern. Feeling lost? Yeah. Li Shui answers with her eyes glued to the floor. Who was she even speaking to? She hadn't the mind. For some reason, she felt herself unravel upon hearing that voice. Words, feelings, thoughts that she couldn't even muster the courage to speak aloud to her long-time partner Zisui. They all left her lips. I was never a remarkable doll to begin with. I only came to Cliffwatch Town in search of the commander, and only assumed leadership following memories of how he led us back in Griffin. But haven't you done an excellent job so far? Nothing I achieved was particularly special. All I've done this whole time was merely chasing his shadow. Whenever I ran into trouble, I always thought to myself, what would he have done if he were here? That's how I made it this far. But I'm not him after all. I lack his composure when faced with despair, so I'll probably never escape my own cowardice. Upsetting, isn't it? Yeah, very upsetting. But I still have the commander to rely on. I never imagined that I would one day struggle with something like this. Li Shui turns her gaze to the Aegis behind her, revealing a rare expression of vulnerability. She seems to have completely forgotten this model of Aegis is not even equipped with a neurocloud capable of conversation, which means someone was obviously remote controlling it in order to speak through it. She was beside herself with hesitation, without the mind to even consider such notion. Indeed, it was an insignificant incarnate in the face of the enthralling comfort she felt reverberating through her neural cloud, then and there. So what did it matter? There's no person on Earth who doesn't struggle with such things. The more one shoulders, the stronger that fear becomes. It's the same for everyone. Even the commander. Li Shui sounds a little disgruntled. She doesn't want to hear anything negative about him. Even objective words feel 1,000 times more offensive than insults directed at herself. She stares at the Aegis and gradually registers the unease she should have felt from the get-go. You're... There's no such thing as decision that's 100% correct. A decision made means innumerable unmade. Terrifying, no? The infinite web of choices and where they lead. In such time, finding the right path requires you to rely on others, be it your companions, the information you hold, or even your faith in yourself. Say, imagine you do not fight back against Pavel. Then this place, Cliffwatch Town, will become nothing but a factory producing Sangvis war machines. Here, consider another possibility. Kill Pavel. Will that solve the problem? Or will the conglomerate send someone even worse? I guess you're right, Commander. Finally, Li Shui can feel warm tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. That title had always been a deeply buried anchor securing her neural cloud, a shining beacon that guided her through countless cold nights. It's really you, right? I'm not dreaming? Yeah, it's me. Long time no see. I'm sorry, Commander. After all this time apart, I want you to see that I've become a doll capable of standing on her own. But now I'm... No need to apologize, Li Shui. Listen to me first, alright? I've read a lot about Cliffwatch Town, as well as the Winged Cavalier's every deed. You figured out the proper way to help people of the Yellow Zone before me. You weren't imitating anyone. You actually found the right path through your own means. That's honestly incredible. Commander, that's not the case. I still doubt myself all the time. To be without doubt is folly. It would never be a sign of weakness. In fact, it only goes to show how deeply you treasure your companions. Regrettably, such struggles will always exist. Commander, have you also struggled with these things? Don't tell me you think that you're the only one who ever questioned whether you hold the right to dictate the other's fate. So, when you struggle in the past, have I ever served as a source of strength for you? I can't even begin to count the number of times I drew strength from all of you. It's entirely why I'm still moving forward today. Then, can I count on you to be my strength now? I'll do everything I can. Lucia takes a deep breath. By the time her head is raised again, the confusion that plagued her eyes has all but dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination. The person who gave her guidance 10 years ago will once more give her a reason not to falter. That's all I needed to hear. I'll believe in myself, just as I believe in what my commander said. Despite doubt and fear, determined we press on. Right after the dolls break through a door that Pavel went through earlier, the surrounding space suddenly brightens up. Evidently, Pavel had just restored the power. The dolls gaze upon the vast interior of the former NSU secret facility. Scattered throughout are enormous industrial pieces of equipment, along with the wreckages of sentry robots. The master is right. Most of the machinery here is sealed away before it can be relocated. This is child's play compared to real Stangus forges. But I guess it's better than whatever the doll community got. Mr. Pavel went through all the trouble to seize demons just to find this place. It's only 40 clicks off from Cliffwatch Town. Strange. I'd never heard anyone mention this place before. The NSU built a dozen secret sites exactly like this one after WW3, World War III. They were to be centralized and protected shelters for operations, R&D, and medical personnel. Those who worked in this one most likely lived in Cliffwatch Town. After the site got abandoned and its original staff reassigned, the empty buildings above were discovered and occupied by vacant quarters, though I doubt anyone knew exactly about what the site was by then. At least we and I were baffled when we first arrived in Cliffwatch Town as well. Everyone living there had migrated from elsewhere. No one knew about the town's origins. We just thought the original residents were all killed by elites or bandits. Turns out, they just moved. Leechby and I found Deethu's handprints. You feet further in. Alright, stay vigilant everyone. Mr. Pavel's a formidable moment, so don't let your guard down. News of all his other subordinates being taken prisoner and the complete destruction of his corpo-backed Stangus formation reaches Pavel. Such an overwhelming sense of defeat leaves a searing mark deep in his heart, as if he's been branded. Fortunately, he still has the intoxicating dreams of the imminent, promised victory to dull the burning pain from that whiplash. Pavel turns his attention back to the terminal before him. After multiple long-winded restart attempts, he and Viola finally succeeded in awakening a decade-old machine from its slumber, restoring most of the factory's functions. During their hasty evacuation, the Soviets left more in OKB Smolin than just the Pegasus and machinery. There were also several combat mechs that were never completed or couldn't be relocated. Though putting those to use would normally require an operator, Pavel has his own ways of harnessing their power. As such, when Doll's encroaching footsteps echo in the distance, Pavel mounts Dilu with an almost delighted smile. He turns to his younger sister and removes the pendant hanging from his neck. Viola, take this. I just transferred all the valuable data into the key. Big brother, this is... I will win this, but if something happens to me, hand this key over to that person. He'll ensure your safety on account of the intel inside it. Big brother? Let's just leave, brother. What could be more important than saving Dad? It's not that simple, Viola. That Rourke Gerard with whom I struck a deal is already dead. No one can guarantee that the conglomerate will honor his promises. And no one can guarantee the data can really buy our dad, old man, his freedom either. But we worked so hard for this. That's exactly why we can't let all our efforts go to waste. OKB Smolin is in much better shape than I expected. This place holds enormous potential. I can easily build the most formidable private military in the Yellow Zone within 5 years if I control this place. When that time comes, I'll have the right to bargain with anyone I choose. Didn't I say I want to be a player, not a pawn? What I'm doing is to seize the dice with my own hands while leaving you with our last lifeline. But that means fighting Big Sis Lucy and Z-Suite until the bitter end. That they have only themselves to blame. I already spared their lives once, yet they refused to back down and even chase us all the way here. Same story with Griffin a decade ago. That Griffin Leon's used Dad and the others as stepping stones to the heights he enjoys today. The only thing left is to us at this factory right in front of our eyes. I will never let Griffin dolls or enemies take this place from me. Dad would have agreed with me. I checked earlier. The self-destruct system is still on working order. But there's only one way out, using our key. You must survive, Yola. You're the only person who cannot die today. You can't die either, brother. Why does it have to come to this? Big Sis Lucy and Z-Suite are good people. I know you like them, Viola. You're too kind for this world. You won't last long in the yellow zones like that. We've already saved enough money. Go live in the green zone after this. I don't like those dolls. I just can't live without you. Don't worry, I'm only saying this so you understand my resolve, Viola. I'm not going to lose my life in the first place. Because not even Miss Lucy knows the true power of this Pegasus. Pavel tilts his head and stares at the approaching dolls. Delia steps forward, shielding Viola behind her. The girl glances at Z-Suite apologetically before lowering her head. You know, when I was a kid, I knew jack about my parents' identities or ideals. But I loved playing games and dreaming of becoming a hero. I got obsessed with it for a while, with becoming a military contractor. I thought it was the coolest job ever. It's all about freedom, justice, helping people out, and playing with guns whenever you want. Since the last part was what mattered most to me. It was then that I learned about Griffin. Funnily enough, I always saw you as heroes. Even though Griffin's most outstanding units consisted entirely of dolls and commanders, I still found it completely fascinating. That admiral lasted so long that, even after learning about you driving General Carter to his downfall, I never developed much hatred towards Griffin, even despite my parents being his subordinates. It's just, I never expected the one standing in my way to still be that same Griffin. Are there really no more heroes left in this world? There's still room for talk between us, Mr. Cavill. I can help you save your father. No, there isn't. I must hand everything over to the conglomerate. Only when they start using the tech discovered by OKB Smolin will my father get his appeal and eventually be released. Besides, while I don't hate your kind, I despise you specifically, Ilyushi. Me? This man ain't normal. Who the hell would have hated a generous sugar mummy? What a statement. This man ain't normal. Who the hell would hate a generous sugar mommy? Because despite possessing all the wealth a man could ever desire, this doll still pursues ideals humanity has long since abandoned. It's as if she's screaming into my ears that the world itself isn't hopeless and doomed, but rather his eyes become scarred, rotten to the core. I mean, yes, that is the entire story. If you truly wish to help us, then please just turn around and leave. Can you do that, Miss Lucy? I can even beg you, please, let me choose my own path. Unfortunately, Mr. Pavel, I can't go along with that this time. Your path would only bring misfortune to Cliffwatch Town and make life in the Yellow Zones even more agonizing. If you alone had chosen to walk that path, I would have gladly let you see what awaited its end. However, there are others with you. As the Commander's T-Dolls, I can't just stand by and watch. Of course you say that. No matter how many times, people like you will always say that. I will defeat you and put a stop to your plan, Mr. Pavel. But that doesn't mean I hate you. There'll be many more like you standing before me, the Commander. Enemies with their own bitter grievances. I'll defeat every single one of you and keep moving forward, feeling neither hatred nor regret while doing so. I'll walk my path to the end, because I won't let people like you dictate who I am. Pavel stares in disbelief at the doll before him. She's become a completely different person than before. Realizing he can no longer shake her resolve, Pavel switches to his other approach. Pegasus. The steel steed's eyes glow blood red. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding mechs spring back to life, raising their barrels at the dolls. An aura befitting of the final boss. I'm so hyped! Now's not the time. Give us cover. I didn't expect either can control more than just steel seeds. Did the military manage to reverse engineer the Stangus Fairy Hive network? I told you, the Pegasus isn't your average walker. It's got everything a command platform would need. Designed to be issued to elite dolls with full-on command modules. A true force multiplier on the battlefield. Every weapon still operational in this factory is under my command now. Under its command. And there are quite a few of them. With the Pegasus, I don't need anyone by my side to wage a war. Just a little longer, Dilu, and we'll bring you home. Those machines may be relics now, but they are still built for warfare. Don't get ahead of yourselves, everyone. Don't you worry. War Master and I will simply unleash another combination attack to put an end to all of this. Mr. Pavel's taking direct control of all the mechs through Pegasus. Their firepower is overwhelming. Please be careful. What? There's so much fire. There's so much pressure. I expected nothing less of an awakened battle steed. That awakened battle steed. That entrance was truly worthy of a last boss. She even acknowledges fourth wall breaking. Last boss. Mr. Pavel's been using Pegasus. I'm taking command of all units' fire control systems. The incoming barrage is going to be very dangerous. Everyone, be careful. Full-on combat mechs and armored vehicles aren't something rifle bullets can stop. Although they aren't fully stocked with munition, a single hit with their main armament is enough to tear any doll's frame into pieces. Despite this being Pavel's first time commanding through Dilu, he's clearly undergone extensive prior training, and his control over her is far from clumsy. Unfortunately, Pavel himself remains the weakest link in his plan, despite his efforts. The doll's movement is simply too fast for the human eyesight, reflexes, and input speed, all of which are unquestionably holding Dilu back. Sweeper is the first to seize the opportunity. She dodges Dilu's suppression fire, closes in on Pavel before bringing him down her blade. Although the energy shield briefly blocks her strike, the residual force still tears open Pavel's sleeve, making Viola scream in panic. As you said, this thing was designed for dolls. A elite Stangus Fairy doll, specifically. Your meatbag processing speed is nothing but dead weight. Should I teach you how modern warfare works? Oh, come on, Nixie, don't remind him. Oh, so you're telling me to let Pegasus handle all this? Don't even think about it. I'm more than enough to deal with the likes of you. More like you don't trust those machines not to hurt your little sister in auto mode, huh? That's right, autonomous bots don't give a shit about her safety. One stray bullet, and she's DEAD dead. What's this, Pavel? Afraid that might happen? Terrified? Aghast even? This girl's definitely reliable, but why does she sound so... Sangus Fairy? Zisu climbs atop the Hydra mech and continuously fires into its vulnerable joints, rendering it immobile. Deshevnia then rips off its main cannon and fires at the autonomous AAV, pursuing Li Shui and herself, with herself thrown flying by the recoil. Fire. At last, we've secured a weapon with real stopping power. Ah! Warmaster, my legs! I can't feel them anymore! Yeah, just know if you dare to use my body as sword again, you won't even find them attached to your body. They just got stuck under some rock. Get yourself out of there by yourself. Taking advantage of Pavel's inattention while controlling the mechs, Li Shui grabbed Dilu's reins. However, a doll's strength is no match for a machine renowned for her power, resulting in her being dragged along. Mr. Pavel, stop being so stubborn. You still have a chance to take Viola's hand. It's not over yet. As long as you're gone. As if realizing something, Pavel redirects all remaining firepower under his control at Li Shui. Ironically, this act also exposes the weird sense of trust Pavel has in her. Because, no matter what it comes down to, the idea that Li Shui is going to rope Viola into this has never once crossed his mind. In fact, he's almost certain that she'll do everything in her power to draw the danger away from his little sister. It's only after inputting the command that this dawns on Pavel. His trust in this enemy has far surpassed his trust in himself. Dilu, halt! Out of ammunition, but still a machine of pure destructive nonchalance, the steel steed lunges forward, sending Li Shui's body flying some 20-odd meters. Sweeper tries to hold onto the reins as well, only to be thrown aside. Dilu charges recklessly at Li Shui and lifts her front hooves high into the air. Staring at Li Shui on the ground from his horseback, Pavel lets a victorious roar. Brother, no! Li Shui! Li Shui rushes towards Li Shui, but the scene that follows leaves everyone stunned. The steel steed suddenly freezes as though it has crashed, her iron hooves suspended above Li Shui without ever falling. Dilu's eyes flicker between red and blue, reflecting the struggle in her heart. Her level 3. The horse is level 3. Dilu, you still recognize me? Pegasus, impossible. I have access to his base layer. My authority should be absolute. Dilu isn't just your weapon of war. She's our companion and family too. Li Shui slowly props herself back up. But acting under Pavel's persistent commands, Dilu ultimately stomps on the now standing doll. Li Shui could have easily avoided the fall thanks to doll's reaction speed. Yet, she merely raised her hands to meet the steed's iron hooves. We're here, General. Li Shui, hold on. Okay. A thunderous thud, but not from Li Shui's body being crushed underneath. Her raised arm catches Dilu's legs, while Deshevnia, Feline, and Zisui join in to stop the steed's trample. Pavel notices Dilu turning blue for longer than usual. All the while, his control over the remaining combat mechs grows increasingly sluggish. Viola, you need to leave now. Realizing that his defeat is imminent, Pavel only orders Dilu to break free from the entanglement, sending Sweeper 30 meters up into the ceiling with a powerful kick from his hind legs. With more and more mechs down or destroyed, Li Shui clings to Dilu's neck tightly. Pavel points his gun at Li Shui, only for Dilu to defy him, constantly keeping herself in line and refusing to give him a clear shot. In the middle of all the chaos, Pavel glances at Viola to check whether she escaped this mess, only to see her running towards the factory terminal inserting both encryption keys at once. Stop all of this now! With the interface showing Eve 7 mechs still connected to Pegasus Mark 1, Viola practically screams as she slams her fist onto the controls. Almost immediately, the rampaging combat mechs cease their activity. Viola, what are you doing? I'm saving my stupid brother. Don't think I won't spank you later just because of this. Enough, Miss Sweeper. It's all right. She gently strokes Deela's forehead before lifting her gaze at Pavel. Mr. Pavel, you have neither lost nor won, but your war is over. Sure looks like it. Whether it's by the ideals we followed, the students and successors we fostered, or even the masterpieces we poured our hearts and souls into creating, the Smolin family's destined to be betrayed. Even my own little sister had to let me taste what it's like to be betrayed by family. Pavel lets out a deep sigh as he looks around. Surrounded from every direction by dolls, he can no longer put up any meaningful resistance. You've won, but I'll still have you know that even as the winner, you can't win everything. The bewilderment in Pavel's eyes twists into desperate resolve, stripped of all hope in an instant. He rapidly inputs a command into his terminal. What again? What's that bastard trying to do now? Brother! Don't worry, it's just the Pegasus Mark 1's self-destruct protocol. At the very least, that command is engraved into its base layer, a last-ditch failsafe that can never be altered or overruled. The Smolin family has been crossed way too many times throughout my life. If even my little sister is going to sell me out, then my father's creation will at least retain its dignity until the very end. No, but Pegasus says Deela is... Big says Lucius and my friend. Following the command's input, Deela's core starts emitting a blinding red light, and a piercing alarm echoes up throughout. Now move aside. Now that he's decided to end it all, Pavel no longer intends to harm anyone else. He rides Deela forward, and slides off her back while the horse continues forward, allowing him to be captured. Sisui, take Viola and Pavel out of here. What are you doing? Sisui? Amid everyone's shocked gasps and cries, Sisui shows no intention of letting Deela go. She charges at Deela galloping away, and with all her strength, grabs the reins and leaps onto her back. Sisui! Sisui shouts, intent on stopping Sisui, but it's already too late. A blinding white light engulfs everyone's visual sensors, and the dolls can only watch as Sisui is swallowed whole by the radiance. Deela, do you still remember who your master is? Lucia's whisper is completely devoid of her usual gentleness. The commanding authority in it feels so imposing that even Sisui finds it uncanny. Deela, do you still remember who your master is? Amidst the blinding radiance, Sisui realizes that something within Lishui has just changed. She is still Zisui's best friend, and the leader of the Winged Cavaliers, but at the same time, she's no longer the Lishui that she used to be. By the time everyone's finally reopened their eyes, they see Deela turned around, docilely carrying Lishui back, and they see Pavel wearing an expression of utter shock. Viola cries out and rushes to her brother, already kicked to his knees by Sweeper. He dazedly spreads his arm for an embrace, only is strapped across his face before being kicked in the shin and knocked to the ground by his little sister. Looks like she's had enough of you for a long time. While I understand Mr. Pavel came from, Deela was already a member of our family. Even as her courageous son, I can't allow you to harm her. Hearing that familiar chuckle, Sisui glances at Lishui again. Does her best friend even realize what just happened? Seeing the genuine relief and gentle smile on Lishui's face after all the burden has been lifted from her shoulders, Sisui decides to ask another time. At least for now, the Winged Cavaliers have overcome another obstacle, and it's finally time for everyone to go home. Portrait, yesterday once more. 10 years on, the person who guided her remains the reason she will not waver. Unlocked by completing all story mode stages for Unto the Radiance. Now for the epilogue. Linking the fire. After the blizzard has passed, we throw more wood onto the fire and illuminate our glorious future. And just like that, the incident comes to a rather unexpected conclusion. Nobody died. Like, or if anyone did, maybe... No, I think nobody died, they just killed all the robots. Although they just fought a battle of life and death, everyone once again finds hope for the coming future on this festive evening. Now decorated with lanterns and lights, the Winged Cavalier's outpost is warmed by a bonfire burning in its center, driving away the chill of the winter night. In a corner far from the crowd sits a lonely figure, completely out of place for the lively atmosphere. He's just moping in the corner. Brother, does it hurt here? I'm fine. Knowing my little sister can actually hit that hard actually makes me feel relieved. You've grown up and can defend yourself. Viola sits beside Pavel, carefully tending to the wounds on his head. Like you said, most of these injuries were Viola's handiwork. Enraged by her brother's stubbornness, Viola completely lost herself while beating him up. Even Sweeper stepped in to stop her at the end. It's said that to thank everyone who came to help, at least she brought every last bit of food and alcohol she could find for this feast. What a bunch of weirdos. Brother, you really need to take a good look at yourself. We'd be dead a dozen times over if it weren't for their mercy. To point fingers at the victor's kindness will have you seek karma's wrath one day. That's right, you ungrateful prick. I'm still itching to send you to make your maker, you know. I don't think we're over just yet. You even tried to kill our adorable little Dilu after causing all this trouble. Everyone. Approaching the siblings are Viola's former companions, along with the dolls who helped resolve the incident. The girl shamefully lowers her head under the two cavaliers' scrutinizing gaze. Well, count yourself lucky, because the boss said, at least for tonight, she hopes everyone can share a meal happily together. Viola looks gratefully towards Luca and Ivana. She understands perfectly well that she can never return to the Winged Cavaliers again, but the fact that they're willing to tolerate her presence at all is overwhelmingly redemptive and hurt to her. She covers her eyes and lets tears roll down her face. Looking at her crying sister, Pavel slowly raises a hand, only to helplessly drop it in the end. He then looks at the Cavaliers whom he once saw as enemies, many with injuries far worse than his. This whole day, Pavel has been waiting in the same spot, waiting to see whether someone would come to beat him up, perhaps even end his life. But all that waiting was for nothing. Thanks. In that moment, a steaming bowl of dumplings is suddenly held before him. Here you go, O Demon King, ye who lost and now found. Huh? What's this? A magical substance said to restore friendship once consumed. Following ancient Eastern legends, it bestows one with might to drive away the chill in men's broken bones. Even fallen souls who succumb to darkness may find a lingering trace of warmth in its deliciousness. So please, enjoy! What? Who set your dialogue difficulty so high? Have some, brother. Big Sis Lucy saved these for us. After everything I did? She said, no matter which side someone's on, nobody deserves to greet the future on an empty stomach. Reflections, admitting fault, accepting punishment, all of that can wait until after we've eaten. That's the human way of handling things. I tried to do terrible things and I failed. I tried to give up on everything. I failed that too. I'm just a loser. You don't need to veil my failure with goodwill. But Pavel awkwardly accepts the bowl and stares at the dumplings. Viola gently rests her head against his shoulders. But I don't think wanting to save Dad is wrong. Brother. Big Sis Lucy said the humans she admires and expects the most once told her, no wrong method could ever lead to the right path. Let's start over, brother. Let's find a way to save Dad that everyone can be proud of. And let's make our lives a little happier, alright? Is that even possible? Faced with his little sister's innocence, Pavel can't help but laugh bitterly. People like Lishu and Zisui are far and few between in this world. No one understands better than him just how much darkness and cruelty lurks in the parts of the world that Viola has never seen. He also knows all too well that he himself is part of that cruel world. But, in this very moment, he can't help but ask himself, just how many more excuses is he going to make? Having come this far, do he and Viola still have what it takes to walk the right path? Would they even be allowed to tread it? Would they be accepted? Suddenly, Pavel realizes what he's feeling is hope. A sensation so unbelievably real, just like the tormentous flame spreading in his mouth right now. Brother, are you okay? Someone added something to these dumplings. Must be Dushevnia's 5 million SHU Capsicum capsules. She said whoever gets these are in for a bright future. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Why are you crying? Are you okay? Wait, don't wipe away all your tears of sodomy. Alright. I get it, brother. You worked hard all this time. Let's start over from the beginning. Watching the scene in the distance unfold, Fetusa opens to a fresh page in her diary. And despite all the conflict and struggle, humans and dolls, enemies and friends can still sit together and share food. Is this what reconciliation means to humans? Absolutely fascinating. By fascinating, you mean letting 2 high-risk subjects free roam the outpost? I'd have those 2 locked up ages ago. Though I don't really want to admit it, I kind of agree with Sweeper in this one. Leechweed, is this really okay? Even if Pavel is behaving himself now, what if he tries to use Dilu to cause a scene again in the future? It's alright, Zisui. I believe that Dilu is no longer a tool for anyone to control at will. Why? Because Dilu managed to disobey her base layer self-destruct command. A decision born from memories, one she somehow made on her own. For the past 10 years, she lived alongside everyone and safeguarded us on our journey. Those memories have since turned into her own will. Just like how the commander granted us freedom through the agreement, which allowed us to break free of the confines imposed on dolls and let us create values beyond our design, I believe that if Mr. Pavel sticks around Dilu a little longer, he'll eventually understand why Dilu changed the way she did. But Zeely, I can't say this. But Leeshwi, you must have done something to help Dilu break her chains, right? Me? No way. Zisui, you must be seeing things. No, I saw it with my own eyes. You clearly... Zisui suddenly cuts herself off after noticing the siblings walk over. Seeing Leeshwi rise to her feet, she lets out a quiet sigh and walks up with her. Mr. Pavel, Viola, did you have a good time? If there's anything you want to taste, Zisui will try her best to cook it. Instead of that, I heard you're not planning to punish me. Punishment? By punishment, Mr. Pavel, do you mean proper disciplinary action through legal proceedings and sentences? You know what I mean. Since the incident was entirely between you and the Winged Cavaliers, the mayor gave me the authority to judge. I've discussed this with Zisui. At the end of the doll, we're tactical dolls, not lawyer dolls with legal modules. And we're not planning to install any in the near future either. So, we don't intend to do anything. That's just an excuse. Even if the 2 of you have reconciled, your Cavaliers still have grievances of their own. Although we're the ones making the decision, we never told everyone else that what they should or shouldn't feel or do. Everyone. But they've all accepted this arrangement nonetheless. At least, that's the energy I get from them. Mr. Pavel, you and Viola deceived the Winged Cavaliers out of self-interest, causing major losses and many injuries. That much is fact. But you've also learned about the hardships you and Viola endured. We've also learned about the hardships. And up to this point, no Cavaliers lost their life due to your actions. So everyone decided not to seek revenge for their grievances against you. For now. This is your second chance at life. Please grasp it well. Big Sis Leeshwi, Big Sis Zisui. I'm so sorry. Viola bows her head down before the 2 dolls and starts weeping uncontrollably. I always resented you. Even though I knew it wasn't right, I still took out my pains on you. Everyone in the Cavaliers cared so much about me from the very beginning, yet I... Seeing Viola like this, Zisui reaches out and gently pats her on the head. Then make sure to apologize to everyone too, okay? Yes, I definitely will. I'll do my best to redeem myself. Watching his sister with a convoluted expression, Pavel realizes the doll's gazes have shifted towards him. He smiles awkwardly, then nods at the 2 dolls. I hope to go back with Viola after accepting your arrangement. Even without the conglomerate's help, Recovering materials related to my father's OKB Smolin could still result in potent evidence. I'll find a way to fight for our father's exoneration. Then we'll move somewhere quiet and live the rest of our days peacefully. That sounds like a good plan. As she goes on, Lucy passes a black bundle to Pavel. This is travel expenses, as well as documents prepared for you by our acquaintance Griffins. According to the Commander's brilliant and beautiful friend, currently vacationing by the Elmo, Dr. Smolin's case involved high-ranking officials with the URNC. OKB Smolin was but one small, inconvenient chapter of their past for 3 of them, a past they'd rather keep hidden. What? I know you're incredibly rich, but how could you possibly gain access to intel at the upper ranks of the URNC? That's just the extent of our commander's influences. How terrifying this individual known as the Tomato Emperor must be. Still keeping the moniker Tomato Emperor. Besides that, there's also a business card inside the package. Among our former comrades, one has become an extremely successful lawyer. That card belongs to her. She has yet to lose a single case to this day. You can go find her if you need any help. A former Griffin doll who gained freedom became a lawyer? Hard to believe the commander of yours was willing to let such a competent doll go free. That's the commander's charm. Not something you people could ever imitate. While I don't plan to continue as an underground broker, I also don't like owing too many favors. Pavel retrieves 2 inherited pendants from his pocket and hands them to Zisui. Our parents left these for Viola and me, each representing their respective access authorities. Together, they unlock everything within OKB Smolin. You can retrieve all the data you need with them, including activation codes for the production lines. Consider this my repayment for your referral and travel funds, I guess. Are you sure? Aren't these what Viola treasured the most? That's exactly why I want to entrust them to you, Big Sis. Brother and I have already decided to start over. Even without these, family is still family. If they could make the Wing Cavaliers' lives just a little easier, I'd feel better about myself too. Oh, there's this too. Pavel hands another item to Lishui, a booklet. The doll frowns after receiving it. These numbers are all intel and ledgers I've amassed over the years in the Yellow Zone, included inside are details on the conglomerate's spooks, embedded through various settlements, as well as hidden weapon cache locations. Everything that I've accomplished as an underground broker, along with all the plans and secrets currently being carried out by the conglomerate. Wait a minute, aren't these extremely sensitive materials? I initially kept it for Viola in case the conglomerate no longer needed me, hoping they'd be wary about the information inside getting leaked. But now, please hand all this over to the Tomato Emperor for me. This should help him understand how the conglomerate contains and controls the Yellow Zone. Commander, I don't know what he's really trying to accomplish, nor whether he'll succeed. But many of the things recorded in this booklet will easily get people killed. If you don't like the sound of that, feel free to discard it. Understood. Then on behalf of the Commander, I shall thank you for providing him with invaluable information and supplies. But couldn't you hand it to him personally? I would definitely pay him a visit if I were to keep operating as a broker, but right now, I need to take care of my father first. Once everything's settled, I'll find time to do that after. Alright, that marks the end of my business here in the Yellow Zone. Pavel bows his head to the 2 dolls. Unlike when facing the mighty head honcho of the Gerard group, this scene makes him feel at ease and almost too comfortable. But after lifting his head again, he makes another request that leaves Lishi slightly troubled. Pegasus was the name my late mother gave her, although Deelu sounds nice too. Would you mind calling her by that name as well, if only occasionally? Oh, okay. And then Lishi's jaw dropped right there and then. She said she spent 3 whole nights coming up with this name. That's nonsense, I did not. It is well past midnight and the most others are fast asleep. But for some reason, the 2 leaders of the Wing Cavaliers are gathered around the bonfire, wearing radiant smiles, together with a Nagus that doesn't even have a neural cloud. How sly of you, Commander, using a body like this to infiltrate our party? Hey, I was just using to make the video calls. I should have logged out by now. But Dandelion insisted she wanted to see the good food you lost were having. So you're banning us? Don't go, Commander. I'll buy you anything you want. Literal sugar mommy. That's not what I meant. Also, I think Lishu's drunk. Please take care of her from now. For me, Zisui. It was a big day. Come drink with us, would you? We've even got dumplings here. Say ah. I just told you it's a video call. Wait, you got drunk too? Delicious. You both worked hard this time. If we want to stand on the same battlefield as you, we can't remain as our old selves. For the past 10 years, Zisui and I have always dreamed of the day when we could fight alongside you again. And that feeling hasn't changed in the slightest. Commander, we worked super hard. Praise us all you want. Don't hold back. Especially Lisui. She's changed a lot. She's gotta be the Griffin doll who's grown the most over the years. Zisui too. She's my one and only best friend. Even though we'd very much like to join you on the Elbow. Even though we'd very much like to join you on board the Elmo. Immediately, the Winged Cavaliers and Cliffwatch Town still need us around. If only for a while longer. I take a look at the dolls around me, and tilt the machine's cameras up and down as a substitute before nodding. There's no need to rush. We're walking the same path, so sooner or later, we will meet again. Until then, you can come aboard the Elmo anytime you want, and we'll make up for the 10 years we weren't able to spend together. Being able to share such a moment with you is already the greatest reward I could have asked for. And Commander, there's one more thing we'd like to seek your guidance on. A solemn expression suddenly appears on Lishu's otherwise gentle and slightly dazed face, and led me to catch on to their true intention behind this call. OKB Smolin, right? Yeah, we've had some internal disagreements. Some want to seal it away for good immediately, while others think we should investigate it before planning our next steps. How do you think we should proceed, Commander? I see. I do not answer immediately. Given I've already pondered myself, a fully preserved and operational arms manufacturing plant of this scale shouldn't exist in the Yellow Zone. If the URNC catches wind of someone holding such arms manufacturing capabilities, Cliffwatch Town and Lishu's Winged Cavaliers will be embroiled in major turmoil. Sealing it away would certainly be the best course of action. On the other hand, the Yellow Zone's future does not look very optimistic. Even without Pavel's whistleblowing, Dandelion and Leva's intel has already shed light on the many meticulously planned conspiracies the conglomerate has been orchestrating from within the URNC. Thus, there may come a time when people of the Yellow Zone need the hidden potential buried within OKB Smolin. Let me read through Pavel's notes first. I don't want to make a decision before I've gotten together what he has to offer with my own understanding. My understanding of the Yellow Zone status quo. However, that facility is indeed extremely critical. Do everything in your power to maintain security. At the same time, try investigating it thoroughly to ensure there are no hidden risks. Understood? The moment the Cavaliers' cheer suddenly erupts from the distant plaza. Bosses! You've got 10 seconds before the fireworks show starts. It's Winged Cavaliers custom fireworks. Look, everyone. General, Khan, what are you doing over there? It's more fun with everyone around. If only Master was here too, that'd be wonderful. That's Sanguis machine, isn't that? Ah, here we go, Commander. Lishui, let's move. Right, Commander, come with us. Huh? I appreciate the effort. I let the two dolls whom I finally reunited with lift me and carry me towards the crowd. After the countdown ends, Luca and Ivana light the fuses together. Whoosh! Fireworks. The fireworks scream into the night sky. Actually, it's like a whistle sound for I said that. Like, the fireworks scream into the night sky before exploding brilliantly above Cliffwatch Town. The multicolored bursts illuminate the entire valley, casting a radiant glow across every upturned face. Beneath the dazzling fireworks, the girls all firmly believe that reunion is just around the corner. And when that day comes, it'll surely be a beautiful day filled with warm sunlight. Tick, beep. Task Force Defy, Communication 7889. Requesting connection. Go ahead. Regarding the upcoming Red Zone surveillance mission, Foy Mestina and I have confirmed the proceeding. While we have no objective to the mission details, our current hardware may limit operational efficiency. Is backup authorized? Who would you like to request? Her infiltration operation is nearing its conclusion. Feasibility of her withdrawing early and prioritizing this mission instead. Sorry, request denied. Reason being? We can't pull her out now precisely because the operation is entirely in its final stage. You understand her better than I do. Should the mission fail because of this, she'd become completely troublesome to deal with, wouldn't she? Indeed. However, I do have another suitable candidate. She also happens to be an old friend of yours. No need to worry about her combat capability. You should be able to work great together. If that's the case, if that's the arrangement, then I have no objectives. Additionally, arriving along with the backup personnel will be shipment of supplies. Supplies? Is it protective equipment for the red zones? Not entirely. Considering the protracted tracking nature of this mission, a batch of lightweight wear has been prepared for emergencies. Lightweight wear? Although the reduced fabric coverage means they provide less protection than tactical suits, they become far more practical when infiltration in certain sensitive environments is necessary. Alas, violence can't solve every problem. In any case, you'll understand once you get your hands on them. Sure. The style of the clothing doesn't matter. As long as it ensures the mission smoothly proceeds, I won't object. Alva really is as pragmatic as ever. Please remain on standby. I'll connect you to your new comrades next. Best of luck with the operation. Oh, okay. Soft pity. 70. That alarm? I don't work today. I don't need that alarm.
看起来也成熟了不少嘛。
I want to see the news.
为我们再次成为您的助力，我已经准备很久了。接下来，就算是再险峻的道路，我也会为了您全力以赴。
Hell yeah. The last... What? One of those six-figure collapse pieces kind of my brother. I don't spend them. I literally don't spend them. I only get at most one of each unit. Have I spent money? Definitely. But I also just don't spend my stuff.